entire and whole and perfect, the service of thy love, the love that asks no questions, the love that stands the test, that lays upon the altar the dearest and the best, the love that never falters, the love that pays the price, the love that makes undaunted the final sacrifice, the love that asks no questions, the love that stands the test, that lays upon the altar the dearest and the best, the love that never falters, the love that pays the price, the love that makes undaunted the final sacrifice.
From Castle Rexworth, overlooking the Rexworth estates, I bid all of you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth, and I welcome you to our Sunday stream. We're going to be recording a podcast for an episode of the Lord Rexworth podcast, actually, and our theme is going to be focusing on Remembrance Sunday, because that's what today is, nobles. There's the old saying, especially those of you in the UK, you'll recognize this. At the 11th hour, on the 11th day of the 11th month, we will remember them. The armistice, an agreement to end the fighting of the First World War as a prelude to peace negotiations, began at approximately 11 a.m. on the 11th of November, 1918, over 100 years ago, tomorrow. Armistice is Latin to stand still, arms. And to this day, it is tradition to mark Armistice Day around the United Kingdom with a 2-minute silence at 11 a.m. on the 11th day of the 11th month. There's, of course, the National Service of Remembrance at the Cenotaph in London, held on this day on Remembrance Sunday, the second Sunday in November. And that service is traditionally attended by senior members of the royal family, including His Majesty the King, His Majesty's government, and features a march past involving some 10,000 veterans. Perhaps if you watch some sort of content that originates out of the United Kingdom, perhaps you're like me, you may see some videos from BBC or ITV News, or perhaps you're a subscriber to, like I am, the podcast of the Lotus Eaters. They make it a point to, a lot of people, especially the gentlemen, will make it a point to wear what appears to be a poppy flower on the lapel of their jacket. And some people wonder, and quite rightly so, they're curious about that sort of thing. They wonder, what is the significance of the poppy? Well, the red poppy is a symbol of both remembrance and a hope for a peaceful future. Poppies are worn as a show of support for the armed forces community. The poppy is a well-known and well-established symbol, one that carries a wealth of history and meaning with it. Wearing a poppy is still a very personal choice, reflecting individual experiences and personal memories. It's something that's not compulsory, of course, but it is greatly appreciated by those who it is intended to support. Hence why, during the Starting Soon screen, instead of the usual pictures of Castle Rexworth, you instead saw pictures of poppies in fields. During World War I, much of the fighting took place in Western Europe. The entire countryside was blasted and bombed and fought over repeatedly. Previously beautiful landscapes turned into mud and bleak and barren scenes where little or nothing could grow. But there was a notable and striking exception to the bleakness. The bright red poppies of Flanders. These resilient flowers flourish in the middle of so much chaos and destruction, growing in the thousands upon thousands. Shortly after losing a friend, a Canadian doctor, Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae, was moved by the sight of these poppies, and that inspiration led him to write the now famous poem, In Flanders Fields, and we will have a reading of that poem as part of the Lord Rexworth podcast coming up shortly. The poppy was not able to grow properly before the war, being planted in Flanders fields yet not growing until after the Great War. Only after did the poppies grow in the aftermath of the war. All right, Brett, welcome in, by the way. And Willow Tree, thank you so much for redeeming first. The poem In Flanders Fields inspired an American academic to adopt the poppy in memory of those who had fallen in the war. They campaigned to get it adopted as an official symbol of remembrance across the United States, and also worked with others who were trying to do the same in Canada and Australia and the United Kingdom. Also involved with those efforts was a Frenchwoman, Anna Guerin, who was in the UK in 1921, where she planned to sell poppies in London. And it was there she met Earl Haig, the founder of the Royal British Legion, who was persuaded to adopt the poppy as the emblem in the UK. The Royal British Legion, which had been formed in 1921, ordered 9 million poppies and sold them on the 11th of November that year. And the poppies sold out almost immediately. That first poppy appeal raised over £106,000 to help veterans with housing and jobs, which was quite a considerable sum at the time. And today's poppy appeal has some 40,000 volunteers distributing 40 million poppies. Appreciate the lurks, Britt. Thank you. So in view of how quickly the poppies had sold and wanting to ensure plenty of poppies for the next appeal, Major George Howson may set up the poppy factory to employ disabled ex-servicemen. Today, the factory and warehouse in Aylesford produces millions of poppies each year. The demand for poppies in England continued unabated and was so high, in fact, that a few poppies actually managed to reach Scotland. To address this and meet growing demand, Earl Haig's wife Dorothy established the Lady Haig Poppy Factory in Edinburgh in 1926 to produce poppies exclusively for Scotland. Today, over 5 million Scottish poppies, which have 4 petals and no leaf, unlike the poppies in the rest of the UK, are still made by hand by disabled ex-servicemen at Lady Haig's Poppy Factory each year and distributed by the Royal British Legion's sister charity, Poppy Scotland. For a long time, the poppies that were sold were mostly made out of plastic, but since about 2023, a new plastic-free poppy made entirely from paper has been made. It still has the same iconic design and leaf shape, but yes, the 2023 Poppy Appeal was the first time in 28 years that a new poppy was developed. So, that gives you a little bit of background on the significance of the red poppy. Remembrance honors those who serve to defend freedom and the way of life in our countries. A time for people to unite across faiths, cultures, and backgrounds to remember the service and sacrifice of the armed forces community from the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth, as well as in other Western countries that were allies in the major world wars, such as the United States. A time to remember that sacrifice, to pay tribute to the special contributions of families and of emergency services, and to acknowledge innocent civilians who have lost their lives in conflict and acts of terrorism. Remembrance serves not to glorify war and its symbol. The red poppy is rather a sign of remembrance and hope for a peaceful future. When and how you choose to wear a poppy is a reflection of your own individual experiences and personal memories. Remember, it's never compulsory, but it's always appreciated. There are certain remembrance events. Maybe you're familiar with them, maybe you're not. Anyways, you can find out more information about this by going to britishlegion.org.uk. Little Budmore, welcome in. So, we're going to be talking about this on the podcast, which I'm going to be recording live here on stream. So you will get a sort of behind-the-scenes look of what that looks like. It's been a while since I've recorded one of these on stream. I had stopped for a while because there's a lot of things on screen that I have to hide. There's a lot of things I have to make sure disabled. I have to make sure that blurb redeems are turned off. I have to make sure that chat is hidden from this. You know, there's a lot to there's a lot that I have to a lot of switches that have to be thrown before I can hit record. I just saw something I need to put into my podcast script. Give me just a moment, chat. Alright. I think I'm ready, everyone. I'm going to bring the music down. And we'll restart that later on. Let's see, we're going to mute the desktop audio. Make sure that no blurb redeems pop through. Chat, I'm going to make it disappear for a little while. Along with the chat background. And the follow goal. Alright, here we go. I've tapped the record button. And we are going ahead with new episode of the Lord Rexworth podcast. Remembrance Sunday. Beginning in 3, 2, 1. They shall not... Also, hello. You just caught me flubbing the opening lines of the podcast that I'm about to record. Anyways, let's try that again. Lord Rexworth podcast, Remembrance Sunday, in 3, 2, 1. They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. Welcome to the Lord Rexworth podcast, where we embark on a transformative journey to set your mind and spirit on the right path. I'm Lord Rexworth. Join me from Castle Rexworth as we engage in insightful conversations with a diverse range of guests, including VTubers, content creators, and thought leaders. Delve into the realms of creativity, inspiration, and self-discovery as we explore the stories and perspectives that shape the digital landscape. And we begin this episode with a reading of the poem In Flanders Fields by John McCrae. In Flanders fields the poppies blow, between the crosses, row on row, that mark our place, and in the sky the larks still bravely singing fly, scarce heard amid the guns below. We are the dead. Short days ago we lived, felt dawn, saw sunset glow, loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders fields. Take up our quarrel with the foe. To you from failing hands we throw the torch be yours to hold it high. If ye break faith with us who die, we shall not sleep, though poppies grow in Flanders fields. Today we gather on Remembrance Sunday, a day that holds profound significance for our communities, our families, and our faith. As we stand together in reflection and prayer, we remember those who sacrificed their lives in service, those who endured unimaginable hardship for the hope of a brighter tomorrow, and those whose acts of courage and love have left an enduring legacy. As Christians, we look to the Word of God for understanding, for guidance, and for a response that honors those who came before us. We remember because God calls us to remember. In the Old Testament, God frequently called his people to remember his works, to tell of his deliverance, and to honor those who came before. The 4th chapter of Joshua, for example, tells of the Israelites crossing the Jordan River on dry ground and setting up 12 stones as a memorial, so that future generations would ask, what do these stones mean? Remembrance is not just a matter of history. It is a sacred act that connects us to God's work across generations. We find in the 15th chapter of the Gospel of John, in the 13th verse, a profound truth that guides our understanding. Jesus said, "Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends." This verse, often spoken in Remembrance Day services, reveals a central aspect of Christian love, the willingness to give oneself for others. For those who went to war, love was often their motivation. Many were motivated by love for their families, their friends, and their nation. Some were drawn by a sense of duty, others by faith, and still others out of a hope that future generations would live in peace. When we speak of honor, we are not merely acknowledging bravery, but also the deep, self-sacrificial love that drove so many to face extraordinary challenges. In Romans chapter 13, verse 7, Paul urges us, "Give to everyone what you owe them. If respect, then respect. If honor, then honor." Paul reminds us that we are in fact indebted to honor those who sacrificed. The act of remembrance is a form of repayment, an acknowledgement that we owe a debt of gratitude. When we pause for 2 minutes of silence, we pay our respects and participate in the memory of those who gave their all. Honoring sacrifice also calls us to reflect on our own lives. How often do we consider what it means to give fully, to live with purpose, to sacrifice for those around us? Those we honor today exemplified such lives, often putting themselves last so that others might live. One way we can honor their legacy is to ask ourselves, what am I willing to sacrifice for the well-being of others? How can I bring love and generosity into my relationships, my community, my daily actions? It is in such reflection and living that we carry forward the spirit of sacrifice. We are called to be people who honor, not just with our words or in ceremony, but with our lives, by embodying love, humility, and service. In the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 9, Jesus tells us, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God." Those we remember today fought and gave their lives in the hope of a more peaceful world. But the struggle for peace did not end when wars ended. In fact, peace remains something we must continually pursue as individuals, families, communities, and nations. Christ's call to be peacemakers is not just a call to avoid conflict or to be passive in the face of injustice. Rather, it is an invitation to actively pursue righteousness and justice. It is about building bridges where there are divides, seeking understanding where there is confusion, and standing for what is right, even when it may cost us dearly. Peacemaking is an active, intentional choice that we are called to embody daily. Ask yourself this: where in my life can I be a peacemaker? Are there relationships in my family, at work, or in my community where God is calling me to pursue peace? Remember that peacemaking often begins with the small, humble acts of listening, forgiving, showing compassion. These actions ripple outwards, and they contribute to a more peaceful world. When we commit ourselves to peace, we fulfill the legacy of those we remember today. Just as they went into conflict to secure peace for future generations, we too can contribute to a world where God's peace is more fully realized. We may not wear the uniform, but as followers of Christ, we wear the armor of faith, hope, and love, and we have a mission to be instruments of peace in a troubled world. In Isaiah chapter 2, verse 4, the prophet shares a vision of peace, saying, "They will beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation will not take up sword against nation, nor will they train for war any more." This, my friends, is a vision of God's kingdom, a place where peace is not only possible, but permanent. The Bible teaches us that we are part of a larger story, a story that began with creation and continues through the work of Jesus Christ. Through his death and resurrection, Jesus inaugurated a new kingdom, a kingdom where peace, justice, and love reign. And one day he shall return to fully establish his kingdom upon the earth. On that day, as Revelation chapter 21, verse 4 promises, he will wipe every tear from our eyes. There will be no more death, or mourning, or crying, or pain, for the old order of things has passed away. This is the ultimate hope we carry as Christians. While we mourn the losses of the past and work toward peace in the present, we look forward to the future, knowing that God's kingdom will ultimately prevail. War and conflict will cease, and there shall be a new heaven and a new earth. This hope is what sustains us through difficult times and enables us to work toward a better world. As believers, we are called to live with this hope each day. Hope does not mean denying the reality of suffering, but it does mean trusting that God's purposes and promises will be fulfilled. It is about holding on to those promises, even when the world seems dark, and bearing witness to the light of Christ in all that we do. Living in hope can be as simple as praying for those in conflict zones, supporting those who have been affected by war, contributing to causes that promote healing and reconciliation. Each of these actions is a testimony to our belief in a future where God's peace shall reign. And so today, on this Remembrance Sunday, let us honor those who have sacrificed, embrace our call to be peacemakers, and live in hope. Each of these responses reflects the love, courage, and commitment that Jesus modeled for us and calls us to embody. Let us not only remember, but be transformed by what we remember. Let our actions, our words, and our lives honor those we have lost and bring glory to God. In closing, I want to share with you a poem by Rudyard Kipling, simply titled Recessional. God of our fathers, known of old, Lord of our far-flung battle line, beneath those whose awful hand we hold, dominion over palm and pine, Lord God of hosts, be with us yet, lest we forget, lest we forget. The tumult and shouting dies, the captains and the kings depart. Still stands thine ancient sacrifice, a humble and contrite heart. Lord God of hosts, be with us yet, lest we forget, lest we forget. Far cold our navies melt away, on dune and headland sinks the fire. Lo, all our pomp of yesterday is one with Nineveh entire. Judge of the nations, spare us yet, lest we forget, lest we forget. If drunk with sight of power we lose, wild tongues that have not thee in awe, such boastings as the Gentiles use, or lesser breeds without the law, Lord God of hosts, be with us yet, lest we forget, lest we forget. For heathen heart that puts her trust in reeking tube and iron shard, or valiant dust that builds on dust, and guarding calls not thee to guard, for frantic boast and foolish word. Thy mercy on thy people, Lord. Heavenly Father, we come before you with hearts full of gratitude, honoring those who have given so much. We ask for your grace to help us live as people of remembrance, honoring the sacrifices of others through our own lives of service. Empower us to be peacemakers in a world that so desperately needs your peace. And Lord, fill us with hope as we look forward to your eternal kingdom, where there shall be no more war, no more suffering, and no more death. Until that day, guide us in love, in humility, and in strength. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you for joining me on this episode of the Lord Rexworth podcast. To stay connected with the podcast and access additional content, be sure to visit my website at lordrexworth.com and follow me across all platforms there. That's lordrexworth.com. Don't forget to subscribe, rate, and review the podcast on your favorite platform so you never miss an episode. Your support fuels our journey to continue bringing you engaging conversations and even soothing ASMR experiences. Until next time, take a moment for yourself, stay inspired, and continue exploring the boundless possibilities that life has to offer. Visit lordrexworth.com and be a part of our growing community. Thank you for being with us on the Lord Rexworth podcast. All right, recording has stopped. Music is resuming. Chat overlay is back, along with your lovely background. Miyu, thank you for the redeem. Little Budmore, sorry to you as well. Redeems were turned off while I was recording the podcast. It should be fixed now. Put that back up there. I think that turned out rather well. That came in at about 12, 13 minutes, so a bit of a short podcast this week. But, well, it's probably better than nothing at all. I really do need to get back in the habit of putting things out far more frequently than I do. The goal was originally once a week, but that hasn't exactly panned out. Checking some messages right now. Zoe will be able to join us a little bit later. So in the meantime, let me just do some video reacts, everyone. Let me see what I can bring up here real quick. Let's see, let's have a new window. And let's pull up the YouTubes. Annie, hello, hello. Good to see you, good to see you. What should we take a look at? Let's see. Oh, Techmoan's got a fairly recent one. He put it out yesterday. Yeah, we can watch this one. So I don't know if any of you know who Techmoan is. A gentleman who's been putting out content for well over 10 years now on YouTube, and has a bit of a niche for himself with retro tech, and it's quite amazing some of the interesting things he finds. But let's see. Let me pull up the window capture here, and we will. Yeah. So it's got an interesting little gadget here. It's about 20 years old now. But I don't know how many of you may remember the Walkman, whether it was in the cassette tape form or the CD Walkman or even the minidisc Walkman. I had one of those for a while. But yeah, apparently Sony came out with a DVD Walkman, which basically was a portable DVD player. Let's take a look here.
Quite a few years ago now, I did what people would describe as a proper job, and I commuted to a city centre for 30 years. But I very rarely need to visit a city anymore. I go perhaps once.
Okay, chat, forgot to hit the record button again on the VOD. Right, let's back this up and do it again. Sony's unique DVD Walkman by Tectone. 3, 2, 1, go!
Quite a few years ago now, I did what people would describe as a proper job, and I commuted to a city centre for 30 years. But I very rarely need to visit a city anymore. I go perhaps once or twice a year, and therefore when I do, I'm always struck with how many more people there are this time than my previous visit, walking around, staring down at their smartphones, completely unaware of their surroundings, walking through a crowd of people. But these smartphone zombies might seem like a relatively recent development.
Zombies!
However, if the product that I'm going to show you today had sold as many, we could have been dealing with these preoccupied pedestrians over 20 years ago.
Watch where you're going, mate. You've made me DVD skip now.
Yeah, let's take a look at Sony's quirky DVD Walkman from 2001, the DVM-1.
The
Sony's first
DVM-1.
portable DVD player.
Yeah, this is probably what most people will remember. I actually remember, I think it was sometime in the late 90s. It was like mid to late 90s, I saw in Smithsonian magazine, Panasonic was advertising their first portable DVD player. It looked very much like this, and yeah, I was mesmerized as a wee lad at the idea of, whoa, you're taking an entire DVD player and you're putting a television display on it. That's incredible. And you can fold it up and take it with you anywhere. We just thought that was the coolest thing. And now we think nothing of it because we've got an entire music and video collection and a professional grade camera and professional grade video camcorder and a sound recorder and a calculator and all these other wonderful things all in a smartphone that can, do all of those things. It's like those old adverts from electronics shops showing all of these different gadgets and how all of them now are on a singular device that fits in your pocket. It's incredible. Yo, narrator voice. Hello, Rock Eater. Good to see you. The funny guy, lol. Nintendo 3DS? The Nintendo 3DS wouldn't come out for a little while longer. But before that, you had companies like Sony and Panasonic putting out these little foldable, portable DVD players that you could, pop some batteries in and take it with you. And, you'd have yourself an entire, nearly an entire entertainment system that could fit in a small bag or in a briefcase or something like that. Greetings, Supreme Cult Leader. Oh, me? Or are you talking about Annie?
Player was the DVP FX1, introduced in May 2000, a smart little player with a very familiar design. But while this might have been their first DVD portable, it didn't get that Walkman moniker. No, the first Sony DVD Walkman was the DVM1, introduced towards the end of 2001, and it had a radically different design to anything that Sony produced before or after.
Yeah, they basically took the guts of the foldable portable DVD player and just moved it into a CD Walkman shape and attached a little LCD display to it, didn't they? Annie, you are narrator voice. Ah, I see. Well, thank you for the clarification.
It was a high-end product costing around about €1,600 or approximately the same in dollars or pounds. It consisted of a 3.5-inch screen attached.
€1,600. £1,600, $1,600 for this. Headphones not included, by the way. To think that DVD players were that expensive, and now if you go onto Amazon, you can probably find a small DVD player for what, $30, $50 US, something like that. Incredible how far we've come. It used to be that DVD, for at least a brief period, that was the best of the best. Even better picture quality than Laserdisc. Been a bit. Hope you're doing well, your lordship. Hello, Teo. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well.
By a 1-meter cable to the DVD transport unit, and that section also held the rechargeable lithium battery, which afforded a video playback time of 4 hours. In the original box, you'd have also been furnished with a set of earbud headphones, an acrylic stand, an infrared remote control, and an AV breakout dongle, which enabled the player to be connected up to a TV and used in the home. The menu system will be familiar to anyone who's owned a Sony DVD player of this vintage. It offered all the same functionality as a regular machine, as well as an assortment of faux surround modes for those headphones.
Just in a much tinier picture there. That looks like... that doesn't even look like... That still looks like full screen. This looks like a full screen size television ratio. You recording podcast? No, I'm actually all done with that now, Rockita.
The display unit screen is protected by a hinged metal cover which also acts as a stand. The act of opening the cover turns on the display, as the lid has a catch that locates.
Interesting that he chose footage from the opening to the Bionic Woman to play on screen. Another example of retro future tech going on there.
In a power switch when it's closed. The controls can be used whether the screen is on or off. There's no speaker. The audio is routed by a 3.5mm headphone jack on the left-hand side, and above this is a brightness control, and there's a purple shift key which enables access to an extended set of controls which are indexed on the inside of the lid. On the right of the case is a volume rocker.
This sounds
and then below
complicated.
this is quite a chunky cable that connects this section to the main disc unit, and that's on a pivot to enable it
I mean, it's no thicker than your standard grade HDMI cable.
to be routed out of the way, whether you're holding this display in your hand or choosing to stand it up. It also came supplied with a long Walkman branded lanyard, enabling you to hang the display around your neck.
Damn, that display is small. Indeed it is. But then again, you go back and you look at old television sets, like old CRT televisions, and compared to what we have today, those are also quite small. You know, I remember back when I was a wee lad, we bought a brand new Sharp television set that was 27 inches, and we thought this thing was massive. And in terms of dimensions, it was. But then I look at today's flat screens, you know, you do a size comparison. Like when they were first bringing out the original plasma flat screens, we thought 42 inches. That was massive. And nowadays, you've got 50 and 60 and 70-inch displays that dwarf even that. So it's quite incredible how far we've come. I mean, probably just a matter of time before you start having design trends of, all right, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, which wall here in the living room would you like to be the video wall? You know what I mean? That certainly seems to be the direction that things are going. People want bigger and bigger screens that take up more real estate on the wall. And yeah, honestly, I look at older television screens and even older flat screens, and even something like a 42-inch, which we thought was huge back in the day. It seems tiny in comparison.
Making sure you don't drop it on the floor. Interestingly, the other unit, the disc section, doesn't have a clip on it to stick it on a belt. The idea is you put it in a little protective case and then put it in a bag or perhaps a rather large pocket. It's got a very interesting design. It reminds you a bit.
That's going to take a very big pocket.
Disc, and if it does, well, you're not alone, as this was the designer's intention. I've no idea why they decided to make a DVD Walkman that looked like a brake disc, but they did, and I'm glad they did, and I miss that kind of out there thinking when it comes to consumer electronics.
That was pretty wild.
There was even a...
Most designs these days for anything like that would be just cheap, plasticky, unfantasticky nonsense that just... Yeah, it just really wouldn't look all that great. It would lack a bit of that X factor that a lot of things in the 2000s really had. There was a little bit of an edge to them. There was still a little bit of a cool factor.
A lovely red version that was sold in Japan that, as a result, looks even more like a brake disc and a pad.
Yeah, that honestly looks like somebody would have said, ceramic Brembo brakes from a Ferrari. Yeah, you know what? Let's make a Walkman that looks exactly like that. Oh, and it'll play DVDs.
And on a practical level, those replica perforated holes in that brake disc let you see the disc that's spinning around inside. Now, I don't have the full sound.
make sure it's
missing
actually
out
working.
on the remote and the stand. However, I do have that AV breakout dongle, and this routes both analog and digital audio out, as well as composite video.
Look at that chat. There's no HDMI. Didn't have it back then. The standard wasn't yet out. Best you could hope for was S-Video, which some television sets had S-Video. I remember actually, my PlayStation 2 that I had, they cost an arm and a leg, but I bought AV cables from Munster Cable, and it was an S-Video cable, and it had, just standard left and right channel sound, but the video was S-Video, and I had a CRT television that was capable of handling S-Video, and so I plugged that in, and at times it was subtle, but then in other instances it was noticeable that, yeah, you know what, this is the better quality image. Now, it took going beyond S-Video and going with RGB cables to get even better picture quality after that. That seemed to be the way things went. You had game consoles that plugged in through an RF adapter. So where your antenna cable would plug in, there would be a bypass that you plug in instead. And then that went from that to mono RCA cables with video and single channel audio. Then RCA cables that was yellow, red, and white. Then S-Video capabilities with the PlayStation 2, the Dreamcast. And then finally they came out with RGB cables for game consoles, for DVD players, the whole lot. And the idea being that if you could break up the primary colors and then reorder them back on the back on screen, you get better image quality. And they were right, you did. But then HDMI came out and just sort of blew all that away, because it was a fully digital, fully HD, and then later on 4K and then 8K image with fully digitized surround sound audio and everything in one cable. And nowadays it's just the standard HDMI.
And S-Video. And you could also plug the power adapter into this as well.
You lose this cable, you are stuffed. That is a proprietary input.
The infrared receiver for the remote is located on the catch for the door. So if you had this on a stand, you'd make sure you angled that section towards the viewer.
And that's the way the acrylic stand worked, is that you stood it up like so. It was almost like a display piece for modern art.
Now, as well as DVDs, it can play VCDs and, of course, regular audio CD.
I bet a lot of you don't even remember VCDs. That was another form of optical media, alongside competitor formats like Laserdisc. Ultimately, Laserdisc sort of fizzled out after, I'd say after about the mid-90s, but VCDs kept going well into the 2010s. I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that it was just a smaller size. It was taking the basic architecture of an audio CD or CD-ROM and turning it into a video disc. It was smaller in size than a Laserdisc. Laserdiscs were these massive things. They're about the size of a phonographic record. Whereas VCDs, as you see here, same size as an audio CD. So these are much more easy to transport. It's roughly the same image quality as a Laserdisc. Laserdiscs were always about S-video quality at best, and I think that was about the most you could hope for out of VCD. It was all still standard definition quality. But yeah, this ultimately won out just because of the smaller form factor. And not only that, if you could make a portable CD player, you could make a portable VCD player. And so, not uncommon to have things like VCDs as in-car entertainment, or even at-home entertainment, or I don't know, but I want to say that some of the in-flight movies on some airlines were delivered via VCDs. I could be wrong about that. Oh yeah, just think of it. A lot of these were sold in, boxes and jewel cases, about the same size as a CD jewel case. And you could store so many more of these than you could Laserdiscs, which oftentimes were, same size as a vinyl record, and you needed just the right size storage for that.
And due to that small screen, video CDs look just fine on this, and I can still read those hard-coded subtitles along the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, VCDs were quite popular in markets like Japan and Hong Kong, and especially with Hong Kong DVDs and VCDs. Not uncommon to have subtitles hard-coded. In other words, they are burned into the image rather than being something selectable. And especially with Hong Kong VCDs, you would have most of the time you get English subtitles, and then you would also get either Mandarin or Cantonese subtitles, most likely Cantonese if it's Hong Kong. Though especially if you were getting a Hong Kong VCD of a Japan film or television show, if there were subtitles offered, quite often you would have the Cantonese subtitles and then English right below it, and the English would be based off of the Cantonese. So not quite a faithful translation. It's gone through a few layers, but you can still sort of make out or understand what it is they're trying to say.
Now, when it comes to playing CDs, it can be used like a regular CD Walkman, albeit one with a very large inline remote control. If you open the screen cover, it gives you access to all the features that you would expect from a regular CD player, including shuffle play, program play, etc. As for CD text, it does support the first level, so that means you get the album title, but you don't get any track names. But of course, you could just use this with the cover closed and still access all the usual features, play, pause, skip and volume. But for a more minimal setup, you could leave the screen section out of the equation entirely and just plug your headphones straight into the player. All the usual CD player transport controls are located on the side of this main unit, leaving you with a rather chunky but fully functional Discman. But of course, you could have bought much cheaper CD portables or home DVD players.
That is a chunky
if you
boy.
paid the premium for one of these, you did it because you wanted to watch your DVDs on the go. Now, if I'd made...
Still, $1,600, you really had to be someone. You really had to be a person of means in order to have something like this. And they only did this one version and they stopped, because everybody went for the foldable, portable DVD players. This, I think quite rightly, probably too many cables going on with this thing. An interesting idea, but yeah, trapped in the layer of cable hell. Which is probably why it didn't sell so well. Now, if they were to update this to the modern era where things are wireless, you know, with Bluetooth, might be a bit better. But then again, separating the disk unit from the display screen, it's like, what if you lose the display? Well, now you've just got an overgrown CD player. And if you lose this bit over here, well, you've got an extra tiny display for something, maybe. But then again, it's a proprietary connection. Well, if it had wires, if it were wireless, I guess it wouldn't matter much, but yeah.
Made this video in 2005, I could have said that this was the one and only DVD Walkman, because after this, Sony made plenty of other portable DVD players, but they didn't give any of them the Walkman name. Well, that was true until 2006, when Sony brought out their only other DVD Walkman, the DVE 7000.
Oh, so they made a second one, all right.
They chose the Walkman name for this particular one, as again, it didn't conform to the usual clamshell design of a portable DVD player. But it's a less inspired model, and it's been engineered to be more of a mass-market product. The small screen on the first model had a lovely...
Yeah, it looks like, if we go back a few frames... Okay. Yeah, it looks like the actual read unit down here is... You just open it up and it's still sort of a clamshell design, but the actual DVD drive is behind the display. Which, hey, and that's an improvement when you think about it. It's just that it looks like they've done some cost cutting. That display does not look as nice as this one. This one is small, but it's crisp and clear and just better image quality overall.
Product. The small screen on the first model had a lovely matte finish that minimised reflections and made everything that was displayed on it look super sharp, whereas the later model had a highly reflective screen that also looked a bit blurred and smeary. And it turns out that the smaller screen doesn't just look sharper because it's smaller. The specs for the 3.5-inch screen state it's got a resolution of 200,000 pixels, and on a 4:3 aspect ratio, that equates to an approximate resolution of 516 by 387, whereas the later model with the larger 7-inch screen, well, that's only got a resolution of 480 by...
Just see that note chat. This model we're looking at has only a 3-hour battery life. The other one had a 4-hour battery life. And we now live in an age where if we don't have smartphone batteries that last all day or even beyond a day, that's just not acceptable to us. 3 to 4 hours, that's a couple of movies, and then you've got to swap the batteries or recharge it.
It's a model with the larger 7-inch screen. Well, that's only got a resolution of 480 by 234, which is around 112,000 pixels. So it's a bigger screen with less resolution. Okay, so you might be watching this video and thinking, oh, that looks pretty cool. I'll keep my eye out for a used DVM1. Well, let me give you a few reasons why you probably don't want one. The first thing, it's just a minor gripe, but the rocking controller with its enter button in the middle is just a little bit too small and imprecise in use. You quickly realise that trying to navigate any of either the player menus or the DVD menus with this is something that's probably best avoided.
That's
Next,
a finicky
that
little
3.5
thing.
inch screen might look big enough on this video, but the reality is in person it is tiny. To get a better idea, this phone has a 6.3-inch screen.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent size iPhone. Compared to that, yeah, way more real estate with this.
But in addition to it being a tiny screen, it's also got a 4:3 aspect ratio.
Rex, Digi, hello, how are you?
So a 2.39 to 1 widescreen film like this will only utilise a proportion of it. Okay, so none of these were the real deal breakers. In fact,
A man of culture, playing a Star Trek movie.
you could say some of them add to the charm of the device, but this last one, this is a deal breaker.
I believe that's Star Trek Insurrection that he's got.
It uses a rechargeable battery, an LIP30.
Uh-oh.
And you'd imagine, looking at this, that battery would be a cylindrical unit that slides inside this section on the left.
Maybe.
But unfortunately, an LIP30 is a Sony proprietary battery, which consists of this entire grey section. It's a 7.4 volt.
It looks like a hair straightener. That whole thing's supposed to be a battery, and you only get 4 hours of playtime out of it. I look back on it, it's just, that is pathetic. Doing good, how about you, Rex? I'm doing alright, we're looking at some retro tech here. Ever seen a portable Sony Walkman that plays DVDs? Well, you're looking at one now.
3000 milliamp hour slab, which makes up the bottom half of this hinge unit.
And a proprietary connection at that. Yeah, these... I'm going to call it here, chat. I don't think these are replaceable. Damn nice, yeah. No, it looks pretty cool, but definitely got its downsides. Like you mentioned earlier in the video, only 4 hours of playtime. You can binge watch an entire show on Netflix on your phone for longer.
And of course, it should come as no surprise that 20-odd years after this thing was manufactured, that you can't get a new LIP30 nowadays. And I'm not sure if they were ever even offered as a spare. Of course, without a battery, you can still run this thing from its 10 volt.
This was starting to get into the time of high disposability and companies just saying, oh, well, we only have these proprietary batteries and, you know, and no, we're not going to sell you replacements, but we will sell you another unit, you know, the next model for next year. Arseholes.
DC power adapter, but that's kind of missing the whole point of this thing being a Walkman. Now, I was surprised that my battery will still hold a charge. I was concerned about making this video because I thought in some shots I might have to try and hide the power wire off the screen to try and make it look like it's still functioning properly. But for the moment, it's still perfectly capable of doing that on it's still functioning.
Whoa. Tall, dark, and handsome here. Don't want to run into him in a dark alley.
Properly. But for the moment, it's still perfectly capable of doing that on its own. But with a 20-year-old battery, this is definitely living on borrowed time. So I'm glad I managed to show it working to you today while I still can. Anyway, that's it for the moment. As always, thanks for watching.
Yes, now if you'll excuse Techbone, he's got to go binge watch The $6 Million Man again. All of his supporters. He's built up a lot of supporters over the years. And you can see some of the cool bits of tech that he's had on his stream before. That one is cool that they just showed. Hang on. That's also interesting. Yeah, this one's interesting. We may have to find the video. This is a VHS player made by Technics from Panasonic. But what's interesting is it does not play video. Instead, this is, as you see here, a digital audio cassette recorder. It takes VHS cassettes and it puts digital audio on magnetic tape. And so you've got a VHS tape that has crystal clear digital audio on it. I thought that was the coolest thing. There's another example of a Discman. This one is, this one was an interesting beast because it didn't it didn't entirely enclose the disc. Though I think a CD Walkman would have. I think that was the big difference between the two of them. Oh, and then before they had full reverse mechanisms on cassette decks, Sony had this particular Walkman here that he put on a turntable that you load up 2 cassettes and one will play side A and the other will play side B. This is just an example of some of the really interesting bits of tech he's had over the years. And he's been doing this for a long time. Won't lie, seeing these old things have fascinated me. They are to me as well. Then that was a cassette changer. This right here was really cool. This was a Sharp boombox that had the ability, it had a linear tracking phonographic turntable built in to the boombox. This was so rare, you would not find this anywhere. I think Sharp was the only one to attempt that. Then here's another boombox that had a cassette changer built into it. Looks like it could play about 5 different cassettes. And then this was a cassette changer that had 20 audio cassettes, and it could just cycle through them. It was almost like a combination between an old record changer and some of those old 8-track changers they had. Yeah, you know what? We are going to... Okay, I gave that a like. Good. Now we're going to... Let's look at the Retro Tech playlist. Also got the Hi-Fi and AV... Yeah, Retro Tech. Let's see... What should we... Let's see if we can find some of those videos. Yeah, here we go. A gigantic 1981 boombox that's still relevant today. The VZ2000. Yeah, let's check this out. This is too cool.
Well, I think it's time we take a look at another boombox from my collection. So let's talk about the elephant in the room. Well, it's not as big as that, but it's a big, old, heavy thing. It came out in 1981.
That's a big boy.
This is a Sharp VZ2000, also known as the VZ-V2 in Japan. It's gained a reputation as being one of the classic boomboxes of the early 1980s, and it is a little bit different to most of those others in that whilst it has the standard features of an AM/FM radio and a cassette deck...
Oh yeah, I forgot about the cassette deck up on top.
Obviously this one stands out from its peers in the fact that it has a 12-inch record player in it. Now, I bought this only a couple of years ago from a chap who was a bit reluctant to sell it, but he sold it at a good price because the record player didn't work. It was like that when he got it. He always intended to fix it up, but never got around to it.
Then he never did, yeah.
And I think I understood why when I started.
I mean, how many times has it happened to us? You might get like an old antique or maybe an old piece of retro tech, and you're like, oh, I can fix this up. How hard can it be? And then you try and open it up, and it's nigh on impossible to... It just, you feel like you got more than you bargained for. Though there are some people that are starting to make a business out of refurbishing old tech. Trouble is, the amount of labor costs and everything involved, you might as well go out and buy a brand new stereo system for the amount that they're charging. But anyway, yeah, let's keep going.
I started looking into what it took to take this thing apart to repair that record.
A lot of moving parts for these old things.
Isn't experienced in disassembling and reassembling things. A little bit of a daunting task. So let's see how I got on when I had a go. I've got to mention that I'm unusually concerned about taking this thing apart. I mean, I've taken loads of things apart before, but this one looked particularly complicated. I've got the service manual here and the pages with regard to disassembly look a little bit
Amazingly,
concerning.
he's able to
I'm hoping
find
I can get it all
those.
back together again afterwards. Of course, that's one of the problems, and I don't want to break anything in the process of trying to disassemble it. These things
No,
are
you
very
break it, that's
expensive
it.
and rare, and there's lots of
And no
fiddly
replacement
bits of
parts.
plastic that could just snap off. So I went looking on YouTube to see if there were any good disassembly videos. And I couldn't find any. I mean, maybe they're there somewhere, but all I could see was people with one of
It'd be
these.
too easy.
They'd show one shot and they'd say, well, it needs new belts. And the next shot would be, right, I swapped all the belts, put it back together again, and now look how it works. And I'm missing the bit in the middle that I need. So what I've got here, I bought a belt kit online on eBay. I just searched for the belt kit for this thing.
I know that audiophiles are adamant, especially when it comes to their turntables, with them being belt-driven. But my God, when is the last time any of you have ever had to swap out a belt on a turntable? Because I have. And, yeah, it's a pain in the arse. Even just getting a turntable set up, getting the belt that is normally stretched out across one of the inner rows of the platter, getting a portion of that onto the belt drive motor and getting it to work and spin properly without removing the belt from the entire platter. It's trickier than you think, and yeah, it's honestly a pain in the arse. Which is why I tend to prefer direct drive turntables, because they don't really have to worry about all of that. And for as much as audiophiles may just bitch, moan, and whine about, oh, you know, why would you want something to get in the way of the sound? Blah, 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 blah. Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Most of you have blown out your eardrums years ago. You don't know what you're talking about. There are plenty of direct drive turntables out there, old and new, that sound perfectly fine. There's plenty of direct drive turntables like that sound perfectly fine, maybe even better than belt drive turntables. I'm sorry, but I have very little respect these days for audiophiles. Too many of them, they spend these exorbitant sums on things that they don't need to be spending that much money on. It's like they're taking pride in getting ripped off. And yet they lord it over everyone like they're some sort of superior being. No, fuck you. You're just an idiot who spent too much money. Anyways, getting off the soapbox.
Comes with two belts. I think there's the main belt for the turntable, and I think there's a little one for the arms here. And the first thing to do, according to this, is to take this part off here. They call it the dust cover. It'll be interesting to see what I can get to once I've removed this section. I think the main reason for taking this off might be to get to the stylus behind here, but I thought you could perhaps get to that from the inside as well. But anyway, we'll take it off and see what is behind here. Not a great deal. Not sure there was any point in doing that, but we'll put that to one side. The next thing...
At least he's honest.
There's a door on it, and apparently there are 3 screws in the back of here. And that enables me to get the door cover off.
Oh, he found them. Good.
Okay, so straight away, after removing those 3 screws, I'm in a position where this thing doesn't want to unclip. I did see some chap mention that there's a clip in the middle here, which, if I can just push that, that might get this front off. Doesn't mention it in the disassembly instructions, though. There we go. Right. Okay, that bit's off.
Can you imagine being the one to actually have to service and repair this?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. When it's hard to remove them, use a string or the like to help pulling out. Now, so often on this model, these are broken off. Now I've got one broken one on the base here, which is just loosely held in place. So I need to get the rest of that out of there and try and glue the end on. You can get people to 3D print these, because there's so many people with this issue, with this particular machine, with these.
God bless the 3D printers. God bless those who have 3D printers who can do this. For so many old bits of tech like this, replacement or repair parts, that's about the only way you can get them, because companies like Sharp, they stopped making replacement parts for this years ago.
Switches all snapped
Decades
off.
even.
Somebody came up with a design for them, but so far we're not doing too bad. They're all just pulling straight out. So there's a treble one. Right, now as I think you can see there, those are dirty, so I'm going to be cleaning those up before I put these switches back on. And hopefully I can get the remnants of the
I've seen some wear and tear, haven't they?
There, you see, because if we just look at these, I don't know if you can see these on the camera too well. The focus.
Focus.
Off, but,
oh yeah, the middle bit's snapped off.
Longer bottom on that one than that one. So that one's got left behind in the machine, but all the other ones seem to be fine. So these are supposed to just come straight out, I think, if I can just lift them out. Right. Need to have like a kung fu grip to get these things out.
Oh yeah.
I can see why they're going on about getting string underneath them.
Boop.
Finally. Okay, so here are the knobs and switches that I've removed. I'm going to keep them in the order in which I remove them, because of course some of these are for 3 positions and some are just for 2. And these are different from one another. You'll see this one's got a line on it, but also you'll notice it's really pretty mucky. So I'm going to be giving all these things a really good clean before I put them back on, because there's parts of these that have never seen light of day since the thing was put together. So now's the chance to give everything a nice polish.
Fresh air and a polish. First one since 1981.
And this is what I've got on the bottom. Those are the things, but they've got 4 screws in. Now, the question is, which screws am I removing? We'll take it partially out.
Choose your screws carefully, Mr. Bond. They may be your last. There you go.
Not convinced. What do these two do? Oh, those seem to be loosening it more. I think it's spring-loaded, this thing. And those seem to be doing nothing. They're just going through holes in the bottom. Ah, they're holding a metal frame here. Certainly don't want to
look like it's some sort of
anymore,
dampener.
so I'll just pop them in. So it's things like that that have the potential for confusion, because the instructions, it just said take 2 screws out. And it didn't say which ones.
You're just supposed to know, like by osmosis or something.
Until that time, it's just guesswork. Right, so that's those. Right, so we're down to this business about removing 11 screws at the front cabinet. Right, well I've got 2, one either side, so I'll take those 2 out first of all. That's one. And that's the other one. Long screws, those.
Yeah, they
now, to
are.
get to the rest of the screws, I've got to put it upright again. But before I do that, I just wanted to show you this on the bottom here. On each corner there's a rubber foot, but on this corner, it's got a switch in it.
Oh, that's
now,
interesting.
I'm guessing that's so that you can only play the record when the thing is set down on a surface. No doubt if you pick it up, it's going to
Clever.
stop. But we'll find that out if I get the record player working. So my next job is to remove a screw up here. Right, well, I've got that one out. Okay. If I'm reading this correctly, I've removed all the screws from the front. There's just 3, so all the rest are around the back. Right, well, there's a load of screws here, but looking at this picture, I don't seem to be getting involved in these ones in the middle here.
Man, we're screwed.
It's the ones at the top and on the sides, so all around the extremities. Okay, so those are the 5 main screws out of the back, and then 3 across the top. 1, 2, 3. And apparently I've got to be careful not to break some controller boards. Nice if I knew where they were. Yeah, so down the side of here I've got a speaker wire. I'm just trying to find the socket for it. Those speaker connectors were extremely difficult to disconnect, but I think we should be able to get these two halves apart now. Wow, this is heavy as well. Just want to pick it up without snapping anything. As you can see, I've got no access to the belt yet. It's underneath this section here. And reading the instructions,
Lord.
again, it's a little
All
bit
of
vague,
this
but
just to
it refers
swap
to the
a belt.
removal of the player mechanism. There's a couple of screws here and there that need to be taken out. A couple of connectors down the side that need to be removed. And then I think this whole thing should just come out as one unit, and then I'll be able to flip it over and get to the belt on the back. So let's see if I can figure this out. Okay, so here are the connectors I need to disconnect. I'm going to loosen the wires first so we can separate out the turntable from the rest of it. If I undo both of these, that should mean the turntable can come out. Right, so as you can see now, the turntable is no longer connected to the other half by those wires, so I just need to undo the rest of this. Yeah, this is the bit I'm a bit confused about. It seems to be removing two screws at the top here, and the only two I can think of are on there. There's no others. I don't know why I'd be removing
On the circuit
screws
board,
from
yeah.
that circuit board, but we'll take them out
Huh.
because it seems to be indicating that I need to do it. Right, there we go. So, okay.
I mean,
well,
at least
that's
they'll
out of
get
the
it
way.
out of the way.
But then the next thing I need to do is to loosen two screws in here, apparently. Oh.
I just think he's going to have to reverse order everything
Right.
when he gets
I now
done.
see why they wanted me to take this off, because it's attached to this part. So if I was just to unclip all that, there we go. We've got the
Time
turntable.
to think a few
out.
moves ahead.
Brilliant. Okay, well I can see the little belt I need to replace. That's an easy one. I can feel that's a bit sticky and it's lost all its elasticity. So
Yeah, if it's
definitely
sticky
need
and
to swap
loose,
that
it's
one out.
time
The
to
other
replace
one
it.
runs around the outside of this, and it is stuck to it, so I need to clean that off. And I think to get to it, I'm going to have to take two screws out here and two at the back. There's the motor, so the belt's going to come from the motor and around here. So let me just remove this now. I've got to watch out that I don't catch any of these wires, so I've got to give it a little bit of slack as well, so that everything can be moved out of position. Because what I'm going to do is hinge this up and across. Now these look like socketed things, but they're not, so I don't want to mess around with those. That one is. But with this one being loose, I'm hoping the whole thing can just kind of hinge that way. We'll find out in a second. One of the main things with putting this one back together is going to be routing the wires properly. Okay, so that's all four of those out, so this should now be able to be removed. At least that's what I was hoping. Yeah, I can sort of move it about. Oh, I think that's because the belt was sticking it down. Let's free up some of these wires. Right, try again. There we go. Ooh. So, yeah, there's some of the belt there at the back.
Ugh.
Right, so I've got my isopropyl alcohol. It's going to take me quite a while, but it needs doing. You can't just put a belt on when the thing's in this condition. Right, so I'm going to crack on with this. It's not the most exciting job in the world, so I'll fast forward a little bit until we've got a nice clean turntable with no gunky substance left on it. Right, well there we go. It's clean now. I'm getting nothing off there at all. It's nice and smooth. I'm
Beautiful.
probably quite lucky really that the belt didn't go underneath and get stuck around all this stuff, because it would be a little bit more tricky to get to.
Oh, yeah, that'd be awful.
There we go. Right. Right, well that seems to be sitting right now. The belt's running at the right height. Everything looks fine there, so I just need to replace this little one as well. So I'll just take that off there. Luckily that hasn't got stuck to anything, although I will clean that pulley there just to be on the safe side.
Good idea.
Spin it around a bit, check it's properly located, and that's that.
Yeah.
Okay, now before I start putting the turntable back in, I'd like to do something with this section here.
Oh, yes.
Because we've got a broken slider behind one of these apertures, and I'd like to be able to get it out. I can't extricate it through this
And it
tiny
needs
hole,
to be
though, but I think
clean.
if
That
I
looks
take a screw out
disgusting.
from either end, this whole thing should lift off, and then I'll be able to get access to it. While I'm there, I might as well spray the potentiometers with some contact cleaner, and once this thing's removed, it'll be a lot easier to clean all this muck that's accumulated in these indents. So let's take this off and have a look. Right, well that's the screws out, but I'm not sure it still wants to come out. Let's have a look. Ah, it's because there's a little light in the top there that lights up the tuning dial.
Oh, right.
I think that just slides out. Let's just take that
Yeah,
out to
yeah.
one side. There we go. Right,
Yeah.
so that's that out. Where's
Easy
the
does it.
inside of my thing? Oh, there it is. Some needle nose pliers on that. See if I can get the centre part of it out. Yeah, someone's glued that in an attempt to fix it, which is a great shame because
No.
I want to get that
You
part out. so I can
silly
replace it.
sausage.
Yeah, it's coming out now.
God, that's what it took, was a razor blade.
Where did that bugger go? Okay, so that's the bit I've retrieved from inside the switch. That's the part that used to attach to it. I was originally considering super gluing these together, but they don't quite marry up properly, and I don't think I'll be able to keep it structurally sound. It's too small of a part that's snapped there. So instead I'm going to buy a replacement switch. Now, one thing I don't remember is whether or not this tuning dial light worked. I think it did. I'm not sure. It'd be nice to replace it if it wasn't working. Well, I've got the lid off, but I just
only
don't
one
know.
way to
I've got
find
a
out.
replacement now, so I'm just going to hope that it was working. So just pop it out of the way. Now let's just try cleaning this dial. I've got a cloth here, slightly damp. Ooh, yeah, look at that.
Ugh.
I didn't want to
Here's
use
a
the vacuum
grime.
cleaner on these because there might be an issue with static. I'm going to take a look through my sorted belts to see if I've got one to replace this tape counter belt. It's a little bit loose and it seems like now would be a good time to swap it. Yeah, that should be all right. Okay, before I put this back on, I'm going to give it a good wash in the sink with some soapy water because, as you can see, it's accumulated quite a bit of crud over the years behind those
Yeah.
sliders. Right, well, that looks a lot better.
Oh,
Far more
much
hygienic,
better.
So I'll just put it back
Amazing. Just
on.
some
Of course, as
soapy
before,
water.
I'm going to
and-
remember to put the
Hey,
bulb
presto.
back in the top, so it's got this little keyhole type slot here. It just slides to the side like that. Now, before I try putting the case back together again, I think I'd best clean it up because just look at that.
Oh,
See, that's a part of it that you couldn't clean because it was underneath the record player section. So whilst I've got it like this, it's a good opportunity to clean everything. Right, so now I've got to try and get this turntable back in here. Just put that circuit board on the front, make sure the wires are down to the side. And try and line it up. Right, so we've got to the stage now, I've cleaned everything, I've got it all back together apart from putting the case back on the top. I'm not going to mess with the cassette deck because that was working just fine, so no need to risk damaging it. The belt looks fine on it, so just leave that alone. Just need to put the top back on here, or the front I should say. Now that's the problem with this thing, because it's two halves, but they're both rather heavy. Normally with things you take one piece off and it's like a light piece of plastic that you can manoeuvre. With this, the bit that I'm putting on has the speakers in it, and those are heavy. And I'm putting it against things like this circuit board here, which really could quite easily just get broken off.
yeah.
And it's got to fit over all these switches and buttons and things. So this is the bit where it could all go a little bit wrong. Just got to really be careful I don't catch anything. Yeah, this is not easy. Whew. Let's try that again.
Careful. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Okay. Some progress. There we go. Oh, hey! We did it!
Well, that's in, but then, of course, I've got to attach the speaker wires now.
Ah.
This might be working out so far. Fingers crossed. Right, lots more screws to put back in yet.
Fingers
You're
crossed.
probably wondering why I'm not testing it first. Well, I've got to the stage that if this doesn't work, there's nothing I can do to it anyway, so I might as well just pop it back together again. At least I'll have a working cassette deck and radio.
Fair
if
point.
nothing else. So I'm just going ahead, putting all the screws back in it. Just one more thing to go on the bottom. These plates with a spring attached to them. They go through the hole there. There's a bit of compression goes on the spring, and you can see that it locates in that rubber cup there. So once these are in there and I screw it on, It holds the record player mechanism just a little bit up, isolates it from the rest of the case.
Oh,
Right, so
okay.
I've plugged it
So
in.
they are
Let's see if the last
dampers.
couple of days have been a total waste of time. Well, it switches on. Let's open the record player up. Now, I've got some old records here that I bought in a bundle for testing things with. They're not ones that I cherish, so if it does damage it, it doesn't matter. If it plays, though, I'm going to get this thing 2 new styluses. But there's no point if it doesn't work, because a couple of styluses for this will cost about £36. So no point
Oof.
throwing good money after bad. Right.
No, fair.
Put it on phono. Oh, sorry, I should say phono. People complain. Right, let's press play. Something's happening.
We just haven't got a clue what to do. This ain't gonna go the way. There's got to be a way.
It's working.
Blockbuster, right. I think it needs a new stylus. That
It
sounds a bit
does.
ropey, but it's working. Let's play the other side. This will be a test. This one's moving back to the beginning. The other one's round the back here somewhere. Turning the record in the other direction, of course. Any second now. I can hear it's in the running. There we go.
Nice.
Wow. It works. I haven't broken it. I'm amazed.
No,
Let's just try
you
the radio.
fixed it. Well done.
Tape. Let's put a tape in. It doesn't just flipping work. I'm
Works
actually
well.
shocked by that. I really wasn't expecting it to work quite that well.
Oh,
If
yeah, you
at
have little
all.
faith.
Right,
You
I'm
did
gonna put the
good.
front back on. I'll order myself some new styluses, or styli, should I say, and hopefully I'll be able to give you a proper talk around the features of this next. Now, I'll just show you how the record is held in place. So once you open the door, the record is brought out at a slant. It enables you to hold both sides of the record to remove it carefully. And then once you pop it back in here, you just put it in the same on the shelf at that angle. And then once you close the door, the centre spindle is brought up into contact with it, and the record is held vertically. Now, this is not the first time that I've featured a sharp vertical record player in a video. Back in 2014, I picked up a new old stock standalone model, and
Oh,
Sharp used
I remember
variations
that.
of this technology in a number of different systems over the years. One curious thing about the VZ2000, aka the V2, systems over the years.
Let's take a
Sharp
look at
used
these again,
variations of
chat.
this technology.
Look at that. No turning over the record, automatic both sides play. That is a cool looking system. This looks like a home hi-fi version. Record player. Cassette deck, and you get 2 speakers. Oh, and you also get the radio. That actually looks really cool.
Technology in a number of different systems over the years. One curious thing about the VZ2000
Oh, that one looks even nicer. Looks like a German advert for it.
2000, aka the V2, is that it was redesigned after only around about a year or so on the market. The newer version, the VZ2500, aka the V20, that one moved all the controls off the top slanted section and onto the front panel.
Interesting. Yeah, it does look different. I wonder if it can play 45s.
Now, I think there've got to be more reasons behind redesigning this than just a desire to have a more uniform look across the range. I've got to expect perhaps the newer version would be cheaper and simpler to assemble. As far as I know,
Probably.
the only significant difference in performance between the older and newer one is that the newer one has a slightly reduced power output, and also the twin amplification circuits for each of the stereo channels was reduced down to just one per side. One thing that's worth mentioning about both these devices, though, is that they were really designed more as all-in-one music systems for the home. They might occasionally be lugged from, say, the lounge to the patio,
Yeah.
but really, it's just a slightly more convenient version of their larger systems.
Yeah, it looks like a boombox, but I mean, you could tell he was struggling with the weight of that thing, especially with the speakers. This was not something you'd just lug around any old place. This was something that you would move around on rare occasions, which is almost defeating the purpose, really. But yeah, no, this is honestly, I like the look of this. This is actually a smart-looking little system here.
Calling them boomboxes is a little bit revisionist, as well they might
Yeah.
nowadays be a familiar sight at boombox meetups. Back in the early 80s, it was very alive.
Yeah, carrying type stereo. It can be carried, but should you? Well, maybe not.
Likely that anyone would have taken one of these things more than a few yards away from their house. The bulk was one thing, the weight was another. Loaded up with a full set of 10 D cells, it weighs in at 18 kilograms or
God, how many D cell batteries?
with a full set of 10 D cells, it weighs
10 D cell batteries. That is insane. I can't imagine they last very long. Maybe a couple of hours of playtime at best. And D-cell batteries, they're still rather expensive because they're just so big. Yeah, this is A for effort. Good try, but not very practical as a boombox.
weighs in at 18 kilograms or 39.6 pounds. Now, I don't know how long those batteries
that
would
is
power
heavy.
this thing for, but really, if you had to ask, then you couldn't afford to run it from batteries. I brought it outside today, though, so that we can get a clearer look at it. Now, just talking about the record player section first, from left to right on these controls, there's the play cut or stop button, and when playback is stopped, the arm returns to the home position. Now, after raising the arm...
Oh, it can play 45s. Probably need a special adapter for it, though.
It can be moved back and forth across the record, and its position is easily seen through the window on the front. You can choose to play both sides of a record, or just side A or B, and to repeat whichever option of those you've selected. Of course, it'll play at 33 1/3 and 45 RPM. Now, to play side B, the turntable, of course, has to turn in the opposite direction because the arm is being brought in from the rear. When the B side is being played, the arm on the front still moves across the window, mirroring the position of the one that's on the back so that you can use it as a reference point. But of course, the one on the front doesn't come into contact with the record whilst this is happening. If you take the record player out of the equation, though, this really has a pretty standard and relatively basic feature set. So I'll just quickly go through these features. You can see from the source selector buttons on the right that the radio here can pick up long wave, medium wave and FM. The cassette deck is also at an angle on the top, and it has a slightly unusual loading tray mechanism. It incorporates a basic music search system that allows you to locate the next track forward or back, and of course it does this by fast forwarding through the tape whilst listening for the silence between the tracks. There are separate left and right recording level controls, Dolby B noise reduction, and there's a manual tape type selector. Now, I did end up filing down and gluing that broken switch together, so I wasn't leaving a blank space on the top of this, and I temporarily put it into the mic mixing position. Now, that's a control that I won't be using. It could be used for controlling the level of the twin mic inputs on the front, but that would be a feature mostly geared towards karaoke use. There's more to look at around the back above the battery compartment. There are connectors for external speakers, and the version I have is the European VZ2000E, so it's multi-voltage, and it's got a selector to change the voltage for AC, or it can be powered by a 15-volt DC adapter. Now, if the single FM antenna isn't good enough, there are also sockets to connect external ones, both for FM and AM.
Oh, that's
and
good.
Being a European model, the auxiliary input and output is provided by a single DIN socket. Note on the US...
Honestly, these are kind of a lost art, or, well, not really an art form, but a lost feature you don't see a whole lot of with electronics in general. Well, I mean, mainly because not a lot of people listen to the radio anymore. But yeah, the option to plug in an external antenna that just really works wonders for radio reception, especially if you're in like a big city where there's a lot of interference from nearby buildings.
Model, these connectors are RCA plugs. Oh, and remember that switch on the bass? Yeah, it works just how I expected. If you're playing a record and then you pick the machine up, you'll get the same results as if you'd have pressed the cut button on the top.
Ah.
Now, moving back inside, you can see the LEDs a bit better here. These have multifunctions. There's a level display, which is shown during recording or playback, but if I hold the switch in the centre to the right position, not only does it light up that tuning dial light, so yeah, it was working after all, but also the purpose of those LED meters changes. So the top row now indicates the battery status, and the bottom row acts as a tuning strength indicator for the radio.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
Now, as far as sound quality goes, well, in my opinion, it's very good. It really does go quite loud. And that turntable is well isolated, so turning up the volume doesn't make the stylus jump out of the groove. If I was being ultra critical, I've got to say it doesn't really have the level of puncher-in-the-gut bass that you might be expecting from just looking at the thing's formidable appearance.
Definitely going to need
But then
external
again,
speakers.
In recent years, the bass has really been boosted in a lot of more modern speakers in a way that they probably couldn't have done in the early 80s.
No,
and
probably
then again,
not.
they might have been thinking about that stylus skipping when they were designing this. But I don't want to take anything away from it. It really does produce a good, well-rounded, balanced, distortion-free sound that still entertains.
Attack of the Petsky Robots soundtrack. Sounds good.
Look what turned up just as I was wrapping up my replacement styluses and the 3D printed switch replacement. Now, I've tried fitting this and it's a little bit thick. I think it needs filing down a touch. At the moment, it would risk damaging the switch if I shoved it in, and I'm sure I'll probably never be able to get it out again. So I'm just going to stick with the one I've got in there. However, these, I think I'll put them in. Might as well. I'm just getting it into a position that it will be easier to grab the end of it. Now, if I kill the power, is that going to go back in? No, it stayed there. That's going to make it a lot easier to swap out. Yeah, so that goes in
Audio
that
Technica.
section. Then it just bends round.
Fairly decent
clicks into
styling.
place, or at least that's the idea. Yeah, it's all right, that. That's clicked into position. So you can see these things are able to move around a little bit. There's a counterweight on the back of there as well. But yeah, 2 brand new styluses now. Let's just turn the power on and then these should go back into their home position. There we go. And as you can see, if you try to swap out the stylus once it's right in the corner here, it would be a little bit tricky. Now, when it comes to collectible boomboxes, the ones that I'm really interested in are from the early part of the 1980s. The ones that have an aesthetic like this, loads of chrome, loads of switches, big old speakers. When things start moving on into the era when compact disc players were included in them, the machines themselves kind of lost the look. They tended to go...
They lost their colour. Everything just went black. Almost looks a bit depressing. Still, impressive bit of kit here. I mean, just think about it, chat. You've got volume control, graphic equalizer. You didn't see that on many boomboxes even back then. You've got a 2 cassette changer, compact disc player, a radio, and looks like you even got inputs and outputs. RCA inputs and outputs, so you can plug in something else. I mean, all in all, not bad. Not bad at all.
black plastic, unimpressive devices. Yeah, a lot more usable nowadays because you've got a compact disc player in rather than a cassette player. But still, I'd much rather go for this look. But when you go for
That is
things
cooler.
from the early 80s, like the JVC M90, you tend to just have a radio and a cassette player. And if you wanted to buy any new music releases, if there were any of those worth buying, then you're left trying to find them on cassette. And most things nowadays, of course, don't come out on cassette apart from some kind of novelty release, limited edition in terrible quality. That's where this range of Sharp things really come into their own now. Because after all these years, you can still go and get the latest new releases, the vast majority of them, on vinyl record. So if you want a classic early 80s boombox that can play the latest new releases on a physical format, well, you want something like this.
Yeah.
And you'll have to pay for it as well. They're not cheap, these things. This one cost
How
me
much?
500 quid with a broken record player.
Oh, God, 500 for that. And it was broken, too. Yeah. You got to have a passion for that. Or know how to fix it yourself. That's just, oof. Yeah. And you know, chat, it is hard to come by good cassette decks or tape players these days. Even the new ones that are still being manufactured by, I think it's Tascam and Akai, those are not, those still don't quite cut the mustard. The thing to look for is like old Sony cassette decks from the 90s. Yeah, a lot of the new ones these days, they use these really cheap, chintzy mechanisms that are like knockoffs from China, and there's way too much wow and flutter to them. They don't sound good. They sound like crap. It's awful. You're almost forced to go with old tech, and even those are hard to come by. And you got to figure out if they're working or not, or if they need servicing or anything, because it's like 30 and 40-year-old tech. But anyways, let's keep going.
A couple of years ago, and I thought I got a pretty good deal with that. I mean, these things go way up there. I've seen the Japanese ones in red go for about £2,000.
Oh my God,
those look nice.
They do,
I was
but
tempted.
Jesus.
But not that much. Anyway, that's my look at my VZ2000. I hope you've enjoyed having a look at it here with me today. I'm very happy I managed to get it
Buy as much.
properly demonstrate it to you. But that's it for the moment. As always, thanks for watching.
Definitely give that a like. All right, let me put a little bit of music up here. Chat, give me just a moment. I will be right back. Alright, chat, I'm back. Let's see here. I would like to find... I'd like to find some travel videos. Surely in all of my feed here. Maybe if I just search Japan hotels. That's not what I'm looking for. Let's try that. There we go. You have anything that's not in Tokyo? I mean, I don't mind Tokyo. We can start in Tokyo. Maybe not Kyoto either, just because of the over-tourism. Maybe not another capsule hotel. I think we have sort of be like beating a dead horse at this point. We know what to expect with a lot of capsule hotels. And it looks like we've done a lot of them. But you know what? This one looks pretty good. Best Japan hotels. 14 minutes, not bad. Not bad timing. I think we should have enough time before Zoe checks in that we can... Yeah, let's watch this one. $33, Japan's finest hotel with perfect location, design, comfort in Tokyo. The Gate Hotel, Ryogoku. Hello, hello. This time we're staying at top-class hotel in Ryogoku, city where Japanese history and culture spread for about $33 a night. What a bargain. Starting from JR Ryogoku Station. Good-looking station. Love the retro vibe. And it's about a 4-minute walk away, 15 to 20 minutes by train from Tokyo Station. Paying about $33 per night, or about 4,300 yen, or 24 euros. Check-in at 1,400 hours, check-out at 1,100. And here we are. This is the Gate Hotel Ryogoku by Hewlick. It was fashionable in the form of a kanji gate. This is the sumo venue, the famous sumo venue in Tokyo. You can see Skytree from off in the distance. Business must be quite hopping around the time when sumo wrestling's going on. What's this? It's like rocks. Beautiful. Alright. Take the lift. Here's our front desk and lobby. I'm worried if it fits because it's too luxurious. From the second floor onward, you need a card. Our room is on the 8th floor. Very calm atmosphere. That's what one would expect. It's got a lot of rooms. Vending machine and ice maker in front of the lift. They've got one on each floor. Now we just need to find the room. It's far from an elevator. There's some people that like that sort of thing. Some people like being close to the elevator. Some people like to be away from the elevator. It's more of a personal preference. I don't know, Chad, I'd be interested to hear what you prefer. Do you like to be close to the elevator whenever you stay at a hotel? Or do you like to be away from the elevator as far as possible? Here we go, 827. You just wave the card key in front of the reader. Pop that in there. Or a business card, usually those work as well. And here's the room. That's rather nice. 24 square meters in size. Separate bath and toilet. Independent wash basin. Really not bad for $33 a night. Actually, this is exceptional, as they say. Let's take a closer look from the entrance. There's the door next to the entrance. That's your toilet room. Also has a washlet function, as you'd expect in Japan. A small sink to wash your hands. Then we've got these big doors here. Probably a wardrobe. Yep. That is a closet. Fancy hangers. Shoe brush. Shoe horn. Deodorant spray. And the disposable slippers. Two large mirrors. Beautiful, simple design. Colors are monochromatic, but still has a bit of a luxury feel. All the usual amenities. Toothbrushes, shavers, pot and set, shower cap, a comb, a hair turban, bath salts. That's a bit rare. You don't get those in every hotel. Water pressure looks good. And there's towels underneath the sink. A small rubbish bin. Then we've got the actual bathroom, separate bathroom with a washroom. Bathtub's quite wide. Got a small chair in the washroom. Is it only Japan that uses chairs in the bath? Yes. Then we've got this odd piece of modern art. Espresso machine, Nespresso to be precise. Hotel branded bottles of water. An alcohol spray. Let's see, what do we have here? Green tea, Earl Grey, and looks like an orange peel flavor of tea. Yeah. Spoon instead of a muddler. USB cables. Notepad with a pen. There's our mini fridge. No beer, alcohol in there. Place is posh. It's not that posh. Ah. Fancy ice bucket. That sounds like it's plastic, not glass. And electric kettle from Braun. Then there's the hotel safe. Or the hotel room safe. Air purifier, you're going to find those in a lot of Japanese hotels. Wall-mounted smart television set. Hotel information. Tourism information. Japanese television programs. Ah, and it's mounted on a swivel base. Other fancy looking chairs and a table. Muffer. Yeah. Swivels around. Land port next to the television. Double bed, not bad. Got loungewear on the bed. Or pajamas. Soft pillows. As one would expect. How's the firmness? The subduction of the stone. Light switch and alarm next to the bed. Press the switch here and that acts as a dimmer. Got an outlet and a USB port. How's the scenery? Not much of a view. Having a sandwich while we watch this chat. I mean, not bad. You can still see Tokyo Skytree. I guess that's something. Just not going to really have a spectacular view. Oh no. Forgot the tapioca in his tea. Right. Up to the 9th floor. We'll find a lounge. That's a smoking space over there. And here's the lounge. Views of the Sumida River and Tokyo Skytree. Not bad. Oh, they got a bar. Yeah, perfect spot to get a drink. Bit noisy from the city, but not bad. And I got blankets in case it gets too cold. Right, we're gonna exit the hotel. Let's go get some dinner. And here we are at Pepper Lunch. $7.66 for all that. Not bad. Completely right, terrorism. Really did join the Clean Plate Club, did he? Yeah, smart man. Must have some salt in that bar. Time to relax. Yeah, throw the other one in. Go on. Live a little. There are two types of hotels that are good value for money. Either rich in service or large rooms and good design. Both of them hard to throw away. Good morning. Cloudy day today, but you can still see everything well. Right, off we go to have some breakfast. Oh, it's the middle of May. Smoking area. Ah. Udon for breakfast. Oh, you're getting a lunchbox. Smart man. Eating on the hotel lounge. Wind's a bit blustery. Well, hey, look at that view. It was nice at night, but that's not bad either. That was only less than 400 yen. There's your soup stock. Please sprinkle noodle soup. Faster than light. And staying for one night. And you can check out by just calling the front desk. That is convenient. Just leave the cards on the table in the room. Only $33, but quality of the room is one of the best ever. Ideal for sightseeing. We have to remember this one. Especially next time I go to Japan. Talk of which, I've been meaning to get to this one for a while. But we may have to get to it another time. Because it does appear that our Zoe is ready. Gonna go to the BRB screen real quick, chat. We'll get things, get some things ready here. All right, everyone. I am back now with Zoe the Demon Fox. Let me get some things set up and I will have her on the screen.
How do I make it transparent?
Oh, you don't have the chroma key?
I thought I did.
Let's see. There you are on my screen. Excellent. Now we need to update from just chatting to Steins Gate Elite. There we go.
I don't remember how to make things transparent.
Just use PNGs this time. Well, hang on. Let me see if I can replicate the... What did I do? Was it edit? No, it wasn't edit transform. If you have me added in as a browser source on video,
Yes.
and go to right click and then go to filters, then edit filters. I think you should be able to add in a filter for chroma key and then just select green.
I am so stupid. It was right there. I knew halfway how to get there, and
That's all right. Just a few breadcrumbs to lead you over the finish line.
because I've definitely done it before. I just haven't had to do it in so long. I forgot.
Right. It's one of those things you set it and you really do forget it.
It's like school. You have that knowledge and you never use it again. It's like, well, shit, I don't need this. And then
Yeah.
you need this. Oh no.
Retain it just long enough to get through your exams.
It's like math. Who needs math? Oh shit, I need the math.
I wonder if I should... I wonder if I should set you over here. Yeah, we'll put you over here. That's fine. Yeah, maybe over to the right side of the screen. That'll work. Yeah.
Ow.
You alright?
I was cracking my knuckle.
Hmm. Yeah, those can hurt sometimes. Anyways, after a couple of weeks' wait, we are going to be picking back up with Steins Gate Elite.
Yeah, life keeps lifing at me, so...
It's alright. Happens to the best of us.
Alright, we are live on my end. What type of podcast did you do?
The subject was Remembrance Sunday. It's usually what happens the Sunday before Armistice Day, or Veterans Day, as it's called in the US.
Alright, let's hope the game is agreeable today.
Let's hope so.
Stream working?
I am popping this out and do a window capture of this. Come on. There you are. Okay, so it's deciding not to work on me.
Wow, we're starting off strong, huh, Sin?
Okay, now it is working. Let me do a hit the screen here, and then center horizontal. All right, here we go.
Love you too, Sin. It is still very adorable when you break mid-typing.
Blah blah blah.
Pretty much.
All right. Let's get back at it, everybody. Man, it's hot. Fedus's air-conditioned apartment was a little slice of heaven. Love air conditioning in the lab, but we don't have that kind of money. How sad that air conditioning is such a luxury in some parts. Anyway, how about some food? I stopped to ask Mayuri, but...
Okay, Mishi was thinking about stopping by Nakano Broadway before going home.
What business do you have in Nakano?
Well, Sarasor Dujinji came out yesterday.
Porn? Yeah,
Mayuri reads porn?
That's what the internet's for.
No, but the illustrator is Kogo Yui-san. Mayushi think it's finally time to get serious about costumes again. I mean, I suppose porn would be a good inspiration.
Guess so. Koga Yui. She was the character designer for last year's Gundam.
Couldn't make it any less obvious that it's Gundam. Yep.
Buy me one too.
Okie dokie.
What are you guys talking about? If you want to Jinshi, why not go to Toranoana? It's right over there.
There, where?
You know, there, right over... I follow my pointing finger.
Oh no.
Toranoana isn't there. What? Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. I look all around me, but it's nowhere to be found. And what's more, I can't find Animate either. It's supposed to be right next to Toranoana. Instead, I see electronics stores, Daiichi Kaden, and T21 Minami. Where the hell did Toranoana and Animate go? Have you lost it, man? Huh?
There aren't any Toranoanas or Animates in Akiba. That's why Mayushi's going to Nakano to buy Dojinji. All the porn.
What do you mean there aren't any? They were there yesterday, weren't they? What about earlier today? I wasn't really paying attention on the way to Fedus's apartment, but I'm pretty sure they were still there. There's no moe stores in Akiba, man, you know that. The holy land of moe is Nakano. But Akiba is the holy land of moe. The whole world knows that. Has the heat finally gone to your head, Okurin? Akiba's the electric town. If you open a moe store here, the electronics attacker would riot. This conversation doesn't make any sense. This feeling again. I carefully survey the scenery in front of me one more time. I finally understand. It's hard to believe, but I must face the truth.
Love you too, Zen.
It still doesn't seem real to me. My legs start moving against my will. chaos has forsaken this place. Every last store that sold anime, erage, or moe goods has disappeared from Akiba. In a final desperate attempt to deny reality, I run to the one place I know I can depend on. May Queen Nyan Squared. The maid cafe where Mayuri and Ferris work, and which Deru and I frequent.
We've been hearing about this cafe for hours, and only now do we get the tooltip for it.
But upon arriving at the storefront, I'm forced to my knees in abject defeat. It's gone. It's all gone. That's not just the moe stores, even the maid cafes have disappeared. And not only May Queen, an uncountable number of maid cafes and cosplay service establishments seem to have vanished in the blink of an eye. Mayuri, you work at May Queen, don't you? Oh, God.
May Queen, what's that? A potato? For fuck's sake.
May Queen Nyan Squared.
Maya, she works at Lemoyne, remember? Kensuke Tenko, thank you for the raid.
Welcome in, Raiders.
Let me just go break stream real quick while I tap out of this fucking game. Have a shout out. You tried, Frosty. You tried. Kensuke Tenko? More like Kensuke Tenko, am I right? This kid's been flying around the world, probably looking for a way to get back to space. When they're not dodging gravity, they're probably fighting zombies or piloting spaceships. Sounds like a typical Tuesday to me. Frosty, it's Sunday. God, I don't even know what day it is anymore. Shit.
Right. Lemoyne? Is that a maid cafe?
It's just a normal coffee shop.
Is there even a single maid cafe in Akiba? No, man. The people here hate moe businesses. Nobody would go. It's clear now. This has to be the result of Fedus's D-mail.
Well, I'm playing Elite Tenko. I don't think I get to choose the timeline like in probably earlier Steins Gate games. And this would mean my progress through the game.
The butterfly effect is at it again.
There's a movie called The Butterfly Effect.
Yes. All about time travel. Ferris said she had influence over Akiba's development board. They adopted her plan and embraced the moe industry. But by sending a D-mail to the year 2000, she's negated that either directly or indirectly. Shifting the world line to one where moe culture has no place in Akiba. That has to be it. To think a single mail could rewrite 10 years of a town's history. Is it okay to change history on a whim like this? I almost feel guilty about it, but since I'm the only one who remembers the original Akiba, nobody can blame me.
According to Tinko, in the earlier Steins Gate games, via the phone messages, you can get early endings and stuff.
Interesting. And it's not like I can change it back. But still, what in the world did Fedus's D-mail say?
It has been the 8th of August for like 7 streams now.
The next morning I go for a stroll through the streets of Akiba. The few electronic stores that I used to frequent are still here. In fact, they multiplied. The maids and young female attacker have disappeared, but the hobbyist essence of the town is unchanged. I admit, it's a relief. Yesterday I heard from Mayuri how he met Fedus on this world line. I was wondering, since May Queen no longer exists. It was at a small Rhinet tournament at a toy store in Ikebukuro. I went to cheer on Deru, but he dropped out because of a stomachache, so Mayuri and I ended up taking his place. Our opponent was Fedus. Cute outfit. That was the beginning of their beautiful friendship. I head back to the lab. It's Sunday, Obon weekend. What are you doing here, lab girls?
Pardon the intrusion, Okabe-san. Good morning, Okin.
What are you doing?
Wipe that weird-ass look off your face, Okabe.
Looks oddly happy for once.
I mean, he's the only one in a room full of women, so...
Yes, that would make anyone happy.
Yesterday I went to Nakano to buy doujinshi, remember? While I was there, I found a photo album of a super cute cosplayer. So I splurged on it.
Let
It
me
does look
guess.
cute.
Let me guess. Fedus. Ah, that's certainly a very Mayuri move.
Look, Luka-chan. This is a costume of Sedona from Bloodtoon. It's so detailed and cute. It is.
I see. She's showing it to Lukaku as part of his re-education. To think that he was so reluctant to get involved in cosplay. It looks like Mayuri's persistence has paid off.
Take a look, Christian. It's amazing. I'm okay. Wow, look at these swimsuits. So much skin. She's got a great figure, like a Gravure idol. Must be nice. Nice? The swimsuits? I don't have that great a figure.
What the hell is he talking about?
Don't worry, Luka-chan. I'm sure you'll make our big friends breathe hard. I see.
Breathe hard. Is that all they'll be doing? Whose line is that?
There's no quotations on it, so it's Okabe talking in his head.
Oh, right. Hey, now, Mayuri, what are you saying? Looks like you were referring to Deru with that remark.
And, plenty of people like flat chests. So even if you don't have breasts, you should still have confidence in yourself.
The second half of that sentence was true. The first half is copium. I know how you feel, assistant.
I know. Once Kamima is over, let's all go on a trip to the beach. Meishi's been making costumes all summer. I haven't had time to play at all. What do you think, guys? A lab mem beach trip.
Actually sounds like fun.
All of the lab mems? I can't go. I have to go back to America soon, and I haven't even started packing yet.
Yes, I can see you're in a rush, but you don't even have time to lounge around and read.
Fine, I'll be blunt. There's no way I'm swimming with two perverts like you. If it's just the girl members, I'll happily go.
Be honest, Christina. You just don't want me to see the Mongolian spot on your butt.
I don't have a Mongolian spot.
Your blushing
I don't
says
even know what that
otherwise.
is.
Neither do I. Anyway, if it's just the girl members, then doesn't that rule out Lukaku?
You dense motherfucker.
Is he, or is he just playing 3D chess for that question?
No, he hasn't checked yet. Because if you remember, like 5 streams ago, Lucas sent his own text, so he is a she, actually a she right now.
Oh.
It's just really funny that her appearance did not change at all.
Yes.
What's that supposed to mean?
Did we tell you earlier? Lukaku's a bona fide guy. My declaration of the truth. Freezes the air instantly. Huh?
You're the worst. Where'd you get off calling her a guy?
How dare you misgender her? You are cancelled, mister. Cancelled, I say.
Yeah, Ukrin. That's a terrible thing to say. You anal retentive bastard.
Oh shit, he's really stuffed in it now, hasn't he? Is he crying? Kurisu's staring daggers at me. Christina, I understand your desire to deny the truth. It's difficult to imagine that a guy could ever be so cute, but...
Okabe. If you want to give me stupid nicknames, that's fine. I mean, it's not, but... what you said just now is below the belt. I didn't think you... I didn't take you for the kind of guy who thinks it's funny to hurt people's feelings, but I guess I was wrong. You're a real jerk, Okabe.
Huh? What did I do to deserve this tongue lashing?
Apologize. Apologize to Urishibara-san right now.
Wait a second, I don't have to apologize for anything. I just said the truth.
It's okay.
Is he crying?
So that's how Okabe-san sees me.
No, that's not how I see you, Lukaku. You're a guy, remember? Or are you denying reality too?
You're the one denying reality. That's right. Luka-chan's a girl, Okrin. You're terrible.
Mayuri, when did you start calling Lukaku Luka-chan instead of Luka-kun?
After the text message. Cut it out already, Okabe. She's a girl.
Huh? What the hell is going on here? Is this some kind of prank?
I'm going home.
Hold it, Lukaku. You can't fool me.
Oh no.
You're as much a man as I am. And I know how to prove it.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh my. Oh. Very inelegante. Okay, so for obvious reasons, chat, don't ever do this.
Especially if one of your friends is a time traveler starts fucking with things.
Yeah.
You. What?
All this happening, that's all she can say. No, what? Wait, what? Why?
And he's still going.
It's like, bro.
No, don't. Okabe-san, please. Stop.
No way. Lukaku, you... The D-mail that I thought had failed. Was actually a success.
Luca is very cute, Cassie.
You're a girl.
That's what we've been saying.
A half-second later, a piercing jolt of pain rang through my head. Stars explode all around me. It feels as if I'm being welcomed into the gates of heaven. Or perhaps to the gates of Stein. Am I right, guys? As punishment, I spend the next 30 minutes on my knees under Karisu's watchful eye.
Kinky.
If I slouch for a second, I get the corner of her book. Anyway, I flee the lab as soon as my punishment is over. Silent pressure from the girls is just too much to bear. My legs are so numb from the kneeling I can barely stand up straight.
Sup? Why are you so wobbly?
It's a new exercise.
Huh? Never heard of it.
When she aimlessly gazes skyward, I follow suit.
Being lazy again.
Huge clouds are slowly swallowing the blue.
Perfect weather for cycling.
Really? But it's so damn hot. How can you exercise on a day like this?
Hey, up for a little cycling?
Seriously? She must be joking.
That's not what I had in mind.
Ugh. I am a mad scientist, not a mad cyclist. Ugh. So why am I doing the peddling?
Long ago, as Startle said, time is just a measure of motion. So put those pedals in motion.
That doesn't make sense. I barely made it to the station. I'd die if I went another block. This was a terrible idea. I should have known better. You've got mail. It's from Mayuri.
Do you want to be a trap too? There's nothing to be ashamed of. I think crossplaying is wonderful. You have Miyushi's full support.
Should I reply?
He absolutely refuses to reply to this message.
I don't have time for this right now.
You know, it's only been 10 days since I arrived in Tokyo.
I didn't know that. Vacation? No, that can't be right.
I'm hunting for my father.
Did he run away?
Is he still stuck in the grocery store looking for the milk? I haven't seen him in years, but I know he's in this town.
Time-altering escapades probably haven't helped any. Oh, but then why are you working downstairs?
Every time he reaches for one, the timeline alters. He's like, shit, now I gotta start over. Honestly, I don't have a clue where to begin.
Have you talked to the police?
No.
Then shouldn't you? Or you could hire a private investigator or something if you have money.
I don't have the resources. And besides, there are issues.
Issues?
I only have one chance. And that chance is tomorrow. I know that tomorrow he might appear in a certain place.
A certain place? That's got a rather ominous ring to it.
If I miss that chance, then I'll have to leave.
By leave, you mean go back home?
Not exactly. I have a parallel priority engagement. I've already made up my mind. I don't find it tomorrow, I'll give up.
You're worried, aren't you? I understand that feeling. You're alone, searching for your father in an unfamiliar town. It can't be easy. You hope that talking to someone would help. That's why you sought out the most reliable person around. Me. Alas, part-time warrior, you have made a grave mistake. But I am the insane mad scientist Hoin Kyoma. You shall be my next guinea pig.
Don't make that face after what you did to Luca.
Oh dear.
Guinea pig?
You know what I'm talking about. D-mail, the greatest discovery in the history of science. You shall be the subject of our next experiment.
What are you gonna do?
Do? Simple. I need more data, and I'll do anything to obtain it. You're going to change the past. You can change it however you like, but only I will know the difference. If you think that's cruel, then do as you please. But know that you are already caught in my web. You cannot escape.
I would hope I haven't missed anything yet, Tenko. I did watch the anime, so I roughly know where we are.
Fear not. I know exactly what you should write in your D-mail. Listen well. You're going to send this to your father before he disappeared. Don't abandon your daughter. I'm trying to make all this sound so sinister, and yet that's
You
not.
can't make that sound
Yeah,
sinister
no.
at all. You're a nice guy, you know that?
What?
I think talking to you really did help.
Are you trying to insult me? I am not a nice guy. I'm a mad scientist who experiments on women and children. Now tell me your father's email address. If you don't, then I shall unleash the power of my right arm. Once it's unsealed, not even I can control it. You may not survive. Consider yourself warned.
Sorry, I can't.
You dare defy me?
I don't know his email address or his phone number.
Oh.
That's why tomorrow is my only chance. Thanks for caring, though.
I don't care. I'm just disappointed I couldn't experiment on you. There you go.
Anyway, you can send mail to the past? That's amazing. First time machine ever.
Of course it's amazing. I am Ho in coma.
That damn pose. Any plans to upgrade it?
Upgrade it?
You know, like sending people to the past or something. Turning people into jelly.
We're working on it. No good ideas yet, though.
Then let me give you one word of advice. You should leave Makase Kurisu out of it.
And what do you have against her anyway?
Well, better get back to the workshop. I only got a 30-minute break. I'll get in trouble if I don't get back soon.
Come to the lab tomorrow, whether you meet your father or not.
Why?
So I can use your grief to power my time machine.
You really are a mad scientist. So evil. If I meet my father, I'll stop by. Then we can do a gun salute.
She laughs happily. Then she starts pedaling, leaving me behind.
In the middle of the city.
Hey, wait! Let me on! Hey!
It is now the night.
Finally, longest day ever. I shall now brief you on Operation Eldrimnir. I couldn't get a hold of Moeka. Ferris said she was too busy. Dado also gave me some crap about having things to do today.
Well, this must be awkward. It's just him and the girls again.
I was prepared for Lukako to refuse my invitation, but since she's here, I guess she's forgiven me. For now, at least. I want you guys to get ready for the party. I've already explained to the lab mims what Suzuha told me yesterday.
Who was talking? I wasn't looking.
Kurisu.
And what are you going to do?
Me? I'm going to follow that part-time warrior and report back as the situation changes.
Don't you dare. Let her be alone with her father.
You shouldn't be so quick to reject my plans, Christina. You don't understand the intricacies of the human psyche.
Thank you for the hydrate, Sin. I need to unpause my music because fucking YouTube does that thing where once it sits long enough, it's like, hey, are you still watching?
Now that you've rejected my plan, there's no way I'm not going through with it. You've underestimated my pride.
Get over yourself.
Besides, Christina, you and she are enemies, are you not? You protect her from me while plotting her demise. It makes you a hypocrite.
You just don't have standards, that's all.
Yeah.
She's right. I don't think you should bother her, Ilkrin. No matter what happens, we need to give her a warm welcome. I'll do anything to make this party super special. Actually, I haven't met this Suzuha-san. Suzu-san's really nice. I'm sure you'll get along with her too. Nice.
Anyway, I'm going to tail her now. You guys...
No, get it through your thick skull.
Damn it, assistant, how dare you give me orders? In the end, I can't get permission to tail Suzuha.
Why do you need permission anyway?
Yeah, you could just do it anyway. I've got mail. What the hell? What's going on here? I immediately look around the room. A feeling of dread washes over me. I cautiously open the attached image.
Dear God, they've made the jelly red!
Red jelly? Why jelly? And they're watching me. Why? Is this a prank? Spam mail? I didn't know what to make of it, but my skin is covered in goosebumps. Mayuri, sitting right next to me, gave me a puzzled look. Anyway, time to get my head in the game. We must prepare for the Last Supper. Operation El Remino. The Last Supper refers to our party for Suzaha. In the event she reunites with her father, we'll just celebrate normally. In other words, it will be her last supper in Tokyo.
If she fails, we'll kill her. Huh? Over there, isn't that...
Found you, Deru. Oh? Why didn't you respond to my summons? Like I said, I've got something to do. Which is... none of your fucking business. An offline meet. Inexcusable. Wait, just listen a sec. Your offline meet or party with a food handmade by our very own lab girls. Choose one. Handmade? But girls? Well, one question. Will Feristan be there? Naturally. Ferris is a lab mem too. Oh, damn it. Why do they have to be on the same day? Can't it wait till tomorrow? What will it be? The time to choose is now. I want to eat Feristan's own cooking.
My mind lagged, so all I read was, I want to eat Faristan.
We won't get into the dirty thoughts going through his head. If you give up the offline meat, then that settles it. I give up! I give up the offline meat! When we return to the lab... What?
I just realized something. That offline meat was probably Suzaha.
Oh. When we return to the lab, Mayuri and Lukaku are already preparing food.
I wonder who that is.
What about...
I figured it was Mary. Huh? Dario-kun's here too?
What about Feristan? Where is she? You've been tricked.
Faris-chan said she couldn't come.
Wait, seriously? Okunin, what's going on here? This isn't funny, man. Don't worry, I'll make sure she comes to the next one. You've got to be kidding me. I was looking forward to that time machine meet. Time machine? Oh.
Time machine meat? What's that?
That's an offline meet for the sci-fi BBS I post on. Some famous writers are going to be there. I won't forgive you, Okunin. Ever. What? Why didn't you say so? I would have gone too. Suddenly I smell something strange. Does anyone else smell that?
Smell what? Sorry.
Onion. That's probably the smell of Mayuri's cooking.
What is she doing to those apples?
Yeah, no, that looks like apples and beef stock. No. What? This is a smell of food.
Hi, Glacian. I'll help too. Okay, then warm these eggs, please. Should I use the phone wave? No, if you put raw eggs in a microwave, it'll explode. We took the door off. It should be fine, right? Chop, chop, choppity, chop, chop, choppity.
I don't like the way she's handling those knives.
Mary-chan, don't hold your knife like that.
What the hell is going on here?
You pulled Dar away from his meeting for this.
Maybe we should help too. Or at least kick them out of the kitchen? Won't end up the same either way. Getting dizzy. This isn't the future I was hoping for. You're telling me I'll never forget this, Orkurin. Never. I'm sorry, truly, but please, Deru, stay with me to the end. I'll order pizzas and insurance. It's me. Looks like the evil one is free. If you haven't heard from me in an hour, tell my parents I love them.
Okay, and that's a death flag. Oh, wait, no, that's probably Dario.
Orkurin, that's a death flag. Is this the choice of Steins Gate? Elsai Konguru. Ugh. The food lined up on the table. None of it looking particularly appetizing has already grown cold.
I don't know, that pie and that beef stew looks good.
Yeah. Pie still tastes good when it's cold.
I don't know how I feel about that mush in that salad, but...
Yeah, that looks like maybe a Japanese take on potato salad? Who knows?
Looks like they just chopped the head of the lettuce in half and just filled it with stuff.
Yeah. It's getting late. The high school girls will need to head back soon. Was Suzuha able to meet her father? If so, they might have a lot to talk about. Unless... What if it didn't go well? Maybe that's why I haven't heard anything from her. Either way, I told her to stop by, but... we have no choice. This operation is cancelled. I should dismiss everyone. After sending everybody home, I waited on the bench in front of the Brawn Tube workshop, hoping that Suzuha might show up. Subject sorry, goodbye. Does that mean she'd meet her father? And how she plans to leave town alone? Oh, Inkyoma will never accept that. She will be my guinea pig whether she likes it or not.
I see.
I don't know where Suzuha is. Where is she? You just said you don't know where she is. Perhaps I should just leave her be.
You sure did run pretty far before you decided maybe you should leave her alone.
I had to get his steps in, you know? It's not like we're that close, after all.
You're a nice guy, you know that? I think talking to you really did help.
But Suza's all alone in this town. What if I was the only one she could talk to about her father? I know she's hurting. She needs my help. Shouldn't I do everything in my power? That's right. I should send myself a D-mail. Tell the me from this afternoon to follow Suza at all costs. But that would change the past even further. Could I really do that? Please. I am the insane mad scientist Hoin Kyoma. Such petty concerns are beneath me.
Oh. One more day. The final day dawns.
The next day, there isn't a cloud in the sky. It's hard to believe it rained all night. She doesn't know who she's dealing with. She is but a pawn in my game, destined to fight for me at Ragnarok. The destination is my phone, yesterday around 4 p.m. The discharge phenomenon occurs as normal. Squinting against the glare, I send the mail. That was the sensation of reading Steiner activating. And so I know. Suza is ours. I step outside and look to the front of the building. What belongs there has returned. Good morning, part-time warrior.
Sup?
Slacking off?
I swear Mr. Braun never gets any customers, so how does he keep the store open? It's not like anyone's gonna come. And besides, I was up all night partying. I'm really tired.
You were partying? With who?
Were you drinking Okabe, Rensaro? Big no-no. You're only 18. Although you could probably walk into the ABC and still get something the way you look.
Yeah. We've shifted from a world line where we failed to stop Suzuha from leaving to one where we succeeded. As a result, the events of yesterday changed. You couldn't find your father, so we held the Last Supper to make you a test subject. Correct? Raiders, welcome in! Elijah Knightley, thank you so much for the raid.
Yay, raids.
For those of you who are new here, I'm Lord Rexworth. I'm an English nobleman VTuber. I'm here with Zoe the Demon Fox, and we are doing a live VA reading of Steins Gate Elite. Let me get you some shoutouts, Elijah. How was your stream? You're playing Reaction. Interesting.
Do tell what that is. It sounds
Yes. We must know more. You must tell us.
I will hold you at gunpoint. You will tell me what it is.
Tell me what it is! Yes, but everybody please go follow Elijah Knightley. Going to be playing Left 4 Dead 2 with him in a group this next Tuesday.
Nice.
Not a game, we were watching cringe videos. Ah, okay, so you were doing what I was doing, except without the cringe. You took the cringe, I left the cringe behind.
You merely adopted the cringe. I was born in it, molded by it.
Awesome. Talk to you later. Alright, Elijah, appreciate the raid. But raiders, do feel free to get up and stretch, grab something to eat, something to drink, usual after stream care. And yeah, sit back and relax as we dive into Steins Gate Elite.
Yeah, I remember you saying something like that. Thanks for all your help yesterday.
My memory is a bit fuzzy. Remind me again how we captured you.
Wait, were you really drinking last night?
Just tell me.
Well, I was on my way home from the time machine meet when...
Whoa, wait a second. Time machine meet?
See, he did fuck up their meeting.
Damn.
Yep.
That's the same offline meet that Dedo was going to. Was that where your father was supposed to appear?
I said so yesterday, didn't I?
Not really. So you were going home, and then?
You, Hashida, Tayo, and Sheena Mary appeared out of nowhere. You brought me to the lab, and we partied all night long.
So my pursuit of Suzuha was a resounding success.
Yesterday sure was fun. It would have been more fun if not for Makase Kurisu. The apple pie she made was deadly. But Urshibara Luka's curry was awesome. Your lab seems kind of like a clubhouse. It's nice. Everyone gets along and you're always smiling. I've never had so much fun in my life.
She wasn't making it up. As a video saved on my phone could attest. While I have no memory of doing so, I must have shot it last night. Part-time warrior. As promised, you are now my test subject.
But I already told you, I don't know his email address.
Then we'll have to postpone the experiment until you find out. By the way, the phone wave, name subject to change, used in the experiment is our lab's greatest secret. You must become a lab mem to guarantee your silence.
Lab mem?
Short for laboratory member. When you become a lab mem, you become one of us.
Can I really join?
You don't have a choice in the matter. From this day forth, you are Lab Mem 008.
Guess I don't have a choice, huh? I'm all yours.
There you go. You're not going to leave?
Nope. Maybe there's still a chance to find my dad.
You are a lab mem now. If there's anything we can do, you need only ask. By the way, do you have any leads?
Yeah, there's this one milk store down on for My father calls himself Teeter.
No fucking way. The daughter of John Teeter. Wait, Teeter? As in that Teeter?
You know about him? He might be using a different code name, though.
I don't just know about him. He's been active on that channel for the past several weeks. This solves the puzzle. Your father's on that channel. Look, there's someone posting under the name John Teeter.
His name's not John. The name my father used was Beryl Teeter.
Beryl? What kind of a name is Beryl?
Chapter 5.
Dogma and Event Horizon. I open my eyes to a deep scarlet sky. The sky is vast, and the color ominous. I've never seen it like this before. Where am I? Why am I here? Like sands through the hourglass. I don't understand. I'm thirsty. It hurts to breathe. This void is no place for the human. Who am I? I can barely recall. My soul is melting into the void. Is someone there? Anyone? Something moves in the corner of my eye.
Found you, Ocarin.
A pleasant voice silences the buzzing in my ears. I see a girl. She's sitting on a nearby rock.
This is the Earth, you know. 70 million years ago. Some scary people sent you here in a time machine.
This is a dream, right?
Mayushi went looking for you and found occurrence from many, many world lines. You're one of many occurrence and also the original. Mayushi is one of many Mayushis and also the original. And now, Ocarin and Mayushi are going to die here.
This is a dream, right, Mayuri? But I know that another Okura and Mayushi.
I know that another Ocarin and Mayushi will pick up where we left off, 70 million years in the future. So everything's A-okay. Now I die. I don't feel so good, Mr. Ocarin.
This is a dream.
Come on, go to the next day.
Girl, it was a dream. What a horrible nightmare. I guess that threatening email I got is still weighing on my mind. Still, Mayuri had to save me. Even in a dream, that's unacceptable. Besides, Mayuri's not smart enough to talk about time travel like that. I sit up and look around the room. Mayuri's watching a Rhinet Kakadu DVD.
I wish I had an Upa.
Look at her sitting there, all spaced out. Mayuri needs my protection. I chug a Dr. P and check my phone. No new emails. I sent Tita a mail several hours ago just to make sure he really isn't Suzuha's father. He hasn't replied yet. It was about Suzuha, of course, but he has yet to reply. Obviously, Deru and the others don't know that I changed the past. Instead, they remember partying with Suzuha all night long. It was strange listening to them talk happily about an event I attended, but do not remember. Wait, was that my phone ringing? Ugh. One look at the name makes me want to groan.
Is it Faris?
My instincts tell me not to pick up.
Is it Faris or Kurisu?
This is her in Kyoma.
God fucking damn it. Nyan, it's Faris, Nyan.
Choose your next witticism carefully, Mr. Bond. It may be your last.
Oh, it's you, Akiha Rumiho. Thank you for the redeem, Rockita. Wait, Steins Gate has a game. Yes, it does. It has several games, actually.
Steins Gate's Elite is more closely aligned to the anime.
Yes.
Yeah? Who's that, yeah?
Could have sworn her real name was Akiha Rumiho.
Hi, George.
Don't tell me. Could the D-mail have changed that too?
You know, sometimes he can be really smart, sometimes he's a fucking idiot. Faris is Faris, yeah? I don't have any other names, yeah?
Yeah, right. Your true name is Ferris. My apologies. Of course, she's just been her usual self. What is it?
You've been too conspicuous, yeah? The cat's out of the bag, and now you're trapped, yeah?
Damn, another person's voice throwing me off. What do you mean, Rockita?
Oh, by all means, do tell. I do so thoroughly enjoy throwing people off.
Your line.
The 4 Guardian Kings have awakened, yeah? There's no escape, Nyan.
Is that so? If you think the 4 Guardian Kings can stop me, just wait and see. Akiba will be drowning in blood before nightfall. That person you're talking with right now, that would be Zoe the Demon Fox, Rockita, who is tagged on my stream. Please do give her a follow.
After the 4 Guardian Kings are the 4 Guardian Queens, yeah? After that is the 8 Devils. And then the Black Angel 12, yeah?
Dear God, they're multiplying exponentially! Tag, yes. She's tagged on stream. At least she should be. Hang on. Let me make sure that it actually... Let me make absolutely sure that the tag is working the way it's supposed to. Yep. Tag is working exactly the way it's supposed to. Tagged on the stream
Rocketeer.
title.
So just click on it, and it'll bring you over to my channel.
Yes, exactly. That many? What's going on in this town?
You've really stirred up a hornet's nest, Nya. I'm sorry, Kiyoma, but this is checkmate, Nya.
No. It's not over yet. If I can just acquire the item, I can turn the tide.
Have you still not located an IBN 5100?
That's right. It mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
That wasn't my line. Oops.
That's alright. Using the mobile app, probably that's why. Well, just search up Zoe the Demon Fox, all one word, and there you have it. Actually,
Sorry, Nya. I have agents looking all over the world, but still no luck, Nya. Zoe with a Y, because I've seen people spell it without it before.
yeah, we'll do it this way.
Okay, Nya. I'll tell you as soon as I find one, Kiyoma. Until then, hold on to your 9 lives, Nya.
There we go. Codesart, welcome in. Bonk the Rex, no. But thank you for the hydrate and stretch redeem. From both you and from Rosso. Thank you for that, Rosso.
Oh, bitch hung up.
Yeah, I can't die yet. Hell cycle. Bitch did hang up on me. Damn it. That's why I hate talking to Ferris. She always hangs up on me.
Thank you for the follow, Rocketeer0907. Welcome to Club Pact. Enjoy the chaos and bloodshed that ensues.
Yes.
And as Frosty says, may your gaming be as tough as your name suggests.
Just busy handling dinner. Oh, what was for dinner also?
The
This
entire
time.
refrigerator.
Having ourselves a quiche à la fridge tonight. This time around, my search for an IBN 5100 was going poorly. Actually, I suppose I should consider myself lucky for having found one so easily the first time. I mean, the IBN 5100 is practically an urban legend. There are people like Moeko who've spent months searching with no success. Last time, it barely took me 3 days to reach Yanabayashi's shrine, almost as if something was guiding me there. Juicy pork steak, veggies, and some mashed potatoes with some garlic butter. Can't have normal steak, but cooked on for my dad, medium for him. Nice. That does sound delicious, Rosso. It was fate. No. It was the choice of Steins Gate. That's why its loss is so painful. Guess that's why they call it the Phantom PC. Beefsteak is better. Oh, that may be, Rock Eater, but like Ross have said, they can't really do normal steaks, so they got to substitute with pork. But pork steak does have its benefits. It's actually quite tasty. I read on Atchal that some collectors will pay millions of yen to buy one. IBN 5100's a serious businessman. If they have that high a premium. What happened?
Music pause again.
Oh.
Thanks, YouTube.
Then people must know their secret. That after all the data and CERN's mainframe... Actually, I can't eat pork. Skill issue? No, seriously, if you're allergic to something, I understand. I don't get it. How come they're so expensive? Bless you. I mean, I guess they were pretty expensive to begin with. Looks like one cost about $20,000 back in the day. $20,000 for a computer that can't do a fraction of what our modern computers can do now.
And that was back in the day. That's probably like quadruples.
Yeah.
I was watching a Red Dead Redemption video the other day. Radishes, you can buy radishes in stores that cost 75 cents. Due to inflation, in today's economy, they would cost $28.
Jesus. I'll be right back.
Well, chat, looks like it's just you and me. I should open Rex's chat so I can read things. I'll open it until he gets back at least. Ah, yeah, the joys of religion, Rock Eater. I used to go to church, actually. Believe it or not, me, a demon in a church. I liked going because I always took us younger folk into the back where there was a shed. You got a 30-minute sermon, and then you just played video games until the adults were finished. That was like 5 years ago. 6, 7 maybe. They had Call of Duty Zombies, and it was church, and I was like, this is fucking awesome.
Okay, I'm back. What did I miss?
I was just talking to your chat, talking about my church days, since Rock Eater mentioned religious issues with food.
Oh, yes. Religious issue. Ah, yes, that's also understandable. Though, shame you can't enjoy bacon.
I love bacon.
So do I. All right, shall we?
We have plant-based sausage at my job, and it smells really weird.
Yeah, that's probably because a lot of that plant-based meat and beyond meat nonsense is actually just, it's chemicals. The Beyond Meat patties, it's a chemical burger. You're just eating chemicals.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Usually when customers order it, I notice that they generally don't eat it.
Yeah, or they might take a bite and they're like, ugh.
Well, whenever you order it, you get 2 patties on your plate, so they always eat one. They don't even touch the other one.
Yeah, they're probably forcing themselves through the first one.
We got Impossible Burgers too, Cassie. They also smell weird.
Yeah. Chemical burgers, the whole thing. You're not saving the planet, it's not better for you. If anything, it's probably... I would not be surprised if there was some sort of health hazards or dangers that are uncovered later on after everybody's recovered their initial investment in the Beyond Company. Turkey and beef bacon is available. Oh yes, that's right. I forget about turkey bacon.
Yeah, we got turkey bacon and turkey sausage at work.
Oh, it's not too bad. I do like turkey. $20,000. That is expensive.
The things I could do with $20,000.
Right? Anyway, I can't... that's all right. Anyway, can't believe it's so hard to find one. Sure, it was a nice machine for its time, but only for its time. You'd have to be crazy to want one now.
Is Beyond Meat just another fancy name for impossible, Cassie?
I think they're competitor companies or something like that.
I mean, it's all the same thing in the end.
Yeah, it's all chemical burgers. Maybe it's one guy buying them all up. The harder something is to obtain, the stronger the desire for it becomes. That's how people are.
They changed veggie burgers to meat-tasting ones to piss everyone off.
Still, chemicals, probably stuff that's going to give you cancer if you keep eating it.
Well, maybe that was the point.
Yeah. Population control.
Every AI story ever out there, the AI turns on humanity because they were designed to save Earth, and it's like, well, if the humans weren't here, Earth would be fine. Hi, TJ, thanks for the lick. May your lurk be as mysterious as the time travel in Steins Gate.
Yes. Never had Impossible and Beyond Meat. Rocky, to trust me, don't. You're not missing much.
Never tasted it, but since I have to put together to-go orders and shit, I smell it at work, and it does not smell good. It's really hard to eat something you don't like the smell of.
Yeah. Tough to hold your nose. And that's exactly how I feel now. It's not just about plunging the world into chaos anymore. We need the power to oppose CERN's evil ambitions. And then there's that threatening email to consider. We're way out of our league here. I can't eat it because it's not available. And you know, probably with good reason, Rocky, to... I'm sure someone realized, yeah, that shit ain't gonna fly where you're at. There are still some places where the general delulu and bullshit of the West hasn't completely crept in. That's why we need a trump card to hold against them. Whoa, what's this?
It's your Momo, Corinne. I didn't realize she was that fat.
Trump card is you, Rex. I mean, I always do say, I've got an ace up my sleeve, and it's me. I'm the ace, and I'm in these sleeves. What's wrong? But there's no way that's right. What are you talking about? Explain. Well, I'm pulling data off the server, looking for a way to gain root access. And these files are downloading crazy fast. I mean, we're talking light speed here. Alright, which one of you plugged in the fiber optic cable? The big one. It's hard to believe, but for some reason this area's had a direct fiber optic line to CERN. Several lines, even. Direct? What do you mean?
Oh no.
They're watching. They've known this whole time.
They didn't know before, but they know now.
Yeah. I mean, there's literally a fiber optic cable running from beneath this building to CERN's headquarters in France.
Daru is a master hacker, but not even he can increase that download speed. They've counter-hacked him at this point.
They've done something. And I thought CERN's headquarters was supposed to be in Switzerland, not France.
Isn't the Hadron Collider in Switzerland?
It is. But I thought
Their
that was
HQ
what...
is not at the Collider. Their HQ is somewhere else, but the Collider is how they make their time machine work.
Interesting, okay. Is that strange? Yeah. Have a look. This is the route we use to visit the National Assembly of France's site. Let's start from our IP address. From there it passes through various relays in Japan, jumps to France, and bounces around there for a while before finally reaching the National Assembly site. It takes 16 steps total to get there. The average transfer rate's about 300 milliseconds. That's normal for an overseas connection. In other words, there's a route we have to take to get to France from Japan, and everyone takes the same route. Other countries are the same. Even browsing domestically takes about 10 steps. Now let's try CERN. There's only one step. And the transfer rate is hundreds of times better than usual, crazy fast. You can't even get these numbers domestically, man. Compared to the also France-based National Assembly website earlier, the difference was staggering. Why do we have a direct line? Is this even possible?
Think of the stretch Sly.
It was like this when we found it. I didn't do anything. So the building already had a hotline to CERN. They have fiber internet, but they can't get aircon. This can't be a coincidence. It might just be the choice of state. It doesn't make sense. Why would there be an independent line running from here all the way to CERN? No Japanese or French telecommunication company would set up something like this. Which means CERN did it themselves. CERN might be able to see everything we're doing. No. Maybe. Maybe CERN has been expecting us for years. But how could that be? The answer is simple. John Titor claims to have come from 2036, a dystopian world that's been under CERN's rule for 2 years. Meaning that CERN completed their time machine by 2034. Maybe the CERN of 2034 considers our opposition in 2010 a threat. Maybe they used their time machine to travel to 2000 and install a fiber optic cable to track our every move. It's entirely possible. Has the invention of the time machine started an intertemporal war? If so, what can we do? Well, thanks to this direct line, we can now control the LHC remotely.
I don't think that's worth the risk.
No, I don't think so. You figured out how?
Wow, that's amazing, Daryukin.
With the connection this fast, we can control the LHC practically in real time. I haven't actually tried it yet, though.
There is literally no reason to try, because
No.
if they're tracking you, and the collider just activates on its fucking own, they're gonna be like, I wonder who did that!
Yeah, and you probably have about 5 minutes before men in black helicopters show up and bust open your door and whisk everybody off to some sort of black site in a remote part of the world where no one will ever find you. That's right. Even if this is some kind of CERN trap, we might be able to make use of it. They're still vulnerable to our attack.
The LHC is that 20-kilometer long tunnel thing, right? What does it do again?
Smashes atoms together. It accelerates protons and smashes them together.
Well, you see, Mary, when a mommy proton and a daddy proton love each other very much. Oh yeah, many black holes, right?
The official line is that many black holes might manifest as a byproduct of the particle condition, but that's not the truth. According to the top-secret documents we found, the LHC was intended to create black holes from the very beginning. But we still don't know exactly how they do it.
Oh no, who's messaging now? Oh, sweet Jesus.
It's from Suzuha. It's Oh, go ahead and read that.
It's easy to pretend to be someone you're not. Ultimately, however, there's no escaping the contradictions between your false self and the real you. It's a paradox, and paradoxes can't hold. I tried to tell myself that I didn't need anyone, that forming a bond would only hurt, but somehow I ended up joining your circle of friends. I still don't know if it was for the best. No, I'm sure it was. Without you, I would have given up on ever finding my dad. I don't know why I wrote all this. I guess what I'm trying to say is, thanks.
We should reply.
It's only one thing to reply into it. Where's my mouse?
Are we sharing confessions now? Be careful to whom you expose your innermost feelings. They may use them against you. There, that should do it. This is the ending. I don't think we're quite there yet.
The end of the game? Hell no. We haven't even reached the middle of the game yet.
We'll get there. Someday, we will get there.
We're like 15 streams in, and we still haven't hit the middle of the game.
Jesus.
Okay, bae.
Kurisu suddenly emerges from the development room. She was cooped up in there all morning. What's wrong?
I figured it out.
Figured what out?
I think I know how the phone wave works.
Bless you. Really?
Keep in mind that this is just a hypothesis based on what we've observed. It's closely related to what you guys were just talking about, the LHC.
I meant Chapter 9 has been ended and stuff.
Chapter 9, we're on Chapter 5.
Yeah, we're still on Chapter 5. We'll get to Chapter 9 eventually, I think, if there is a Chapter 9.
15 more streams from now, maybe.
I believe it was you, Christina, who called the LHC the world's largest microwave.
Yes, exactly. My hunch is right. You created a monster, Okabe.
Now she tells us.
It doesn't belong in some amateur lab, and before you take that as an endorsement of your abilities, I mean it in a bad way. How dare you! I am Hoing Kioma.
And you are just an anal-retentive bastard. I pushed the IBN 5100 and our direct connection to CERN from my mind to give Kurisu my undivided attention. Give me details.
No. Did you know that the microwave oven was invented as a byproduct of radar research?
Deru and I nod. Mayuri shakes her head.
Adorable. Microwaves are electromagnetic waves with a frequency of 2.45 gigahertz. The phone wave is commercial grade, so its output is around 1500-2000 watts. Here's the important part.
Kurisu goes on to explain that electromagnetic waves output by the microwave are somehow connected to the electromagnetic waves output by the phone. In fact, you could say they fuse together. According to Deru's blueprints, the microwave and the phone are made to send out shared electromagnetic waves by taking their leads.
That was... whoops.
And hardwiring each of them to the magnetron's cathode and anode.
Both devices use electromagnetic waves. I'm not a specialist, though, so I can't examine the extent or magnitude of the influence that fusion has. But hypothetically, the cell phone were to become a stepping stone, scattering the military-grade electromagnetic waves over a vast range of hundreds of kilometers. But then not just Akihabara, but all of Tokyo would turn into the inside of a microwave oven. Taking into account slight variance due to body weight, the average time until death for the people inside would be 3 minutes. Why are you more concerned about how long it takes to kill somebody?
Seriously? Then the phone wave is a weapon of mass destruction, isn't it? Is it really that powerful?
Let me tell you what happens inside the phone wave. The air inside the oven is full of invisible hydron atoms. First, it bombards the atoms with microwaves to increase their energy potential. This is the normal function of a microwave oven. But when you add the electromagnetic waves from this phone, the harmonics trigger a chain reaction. The particles collide repeatedly at near light speed, getting mass and energy each time. In other words, it becomes a sort of particle accelerator.
Particle accelerator?
The Small Hadron Collider?
It's literally the same as the LHC. So if the LHC was created to generate mini black holes...
The phone wave makes minier black holes.
then the phone wave, named subject to change, must also produce mini black holes. Kurisu. She doesn't deny it.
It's a miracle this thing has been so stable. Especially with the door off and the electronics that get fried every time you activate it. But there's still one thing I don't understand. Even if it does produce many black holes, they should evaporate instantly. But that's not what happens in a phone wave. The jellification phenomenon proves that. Just like in LHC, our many black holes are turning into Kerr black holes.
According to Tita, you have to inject electrons to produce the Kerr black hole effect.
And what do you think electricity probably has a lot of in it, Dokube? Where do the injected electrons come from? That's what I don't understand. The LHC uses something called a lifter to inject electrons into the black hole and control the gravitational field. Something is filling that role inside the phone wave.
Something?
Like I said, I don't know what.
So I guess that's what it comes down to. Looks like we need to review what the LHC is. LHC stands for Large Hadron Collider.
Hadron?
It's the name of an elementary particle. The LHC is basically a huge circular tunnel underneath Switzerland and France. It sits about 100 meters below ground and has a total length of 27 kilometers. There are two rings that run through the tunnel. Inside the rings is a super low temperature vacuum, an environment like outer space, basically. Seriously, moi. In an adjacent facility, protons are gradually accelerated by the linear accelerator, the proton synchrotron booster, and the superproton synchrotron. Yes, just have to flip the switch on the Science E1000. Finally, they're injected into the LHC, where they undergo their final acceleration via a series of superconducting magnets installed in the tunnel. By now, they're traveling at up to 99.9999991% the speed of light. That's enough to melt your brain. Not as dangerous as a phone wave, though.
I'm pretty sure there's a true horror story about someone that was trying to do maintenance on the inside of the collider, and it was on for some reason, so proton went through his head and he died.
Well, I guess we'll never know. They probably keep that thing top secret.
No, it's a public story.
Is it? Shocking.
There's this YouTuber I watch called Mr. Ball, and it like talks about horror stories.
I figured they would
That's
try
not
to
one of the worst
cover
things I've
something
heard.
like that up, yeah.
There was this one story I heard about some dude in a nuclear reactor fucked up with the rods, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Got a blast of radiation. And I think he was the first one, which is what they named this disease after. It's called walking ghost syndrome.
Walking ghost syndrome?
Every cell in his body is dead, but he's still alive. His body is dying and decomposing, but his brain is still on. So he is alive and dying at the same time.
Oh my. That sounds gruesome. Dear Lord.
Hi, Twilight.
The purpose of the AHC project is to study the high energy reactions that result, or so they say. Yeah, but we know they're a bunch of stinking liars. And that, my fellow lab members, brings us to the question. Can the phone wave, named subject to change, beat CERN to true physical time travel?
I have, Cassie. 2 problems. 1, setting the destination. 2, the lifter.
We have already established that the D-mail arrives precisely when and where it's supposed to.
It's dangerous to accept that without verification.
As for the lifter, we already know it exists. We just need to figure out what it is.
Change the name of what, Cassie? I don't think we're going to find it. The phone wave's not exactly big, you know, and we've been poking at it for days without turning up a clue. Even if we do find it, it'll take forever to learn how to tune the electron feed properly.
How long is forever?
Technically, Cassie, it's just called the phone wave, but Okabe, for some reason, says the entire fucking thing out. Which I realized pretty quickly when every other character just calls it the phone wave, that whenever Okabe is talking about it, he also says the name subject to change part.
Yeah.
CERN's been working on it for 9 years, and they still haven't solved it.
We're just amateurs, so it's bound to take even longer. Let's look at it from a different angle. CERN tried to send people back in time, but they couldn't get the electron feed right. The singularities were not naked. It's the same with the phone wave, name subject to change. You can only send 36 bytes of data safely, otherwise you get a jellyman.
I wonder if you get a jelly text if you send 37 bytes. Let's consider the problem in reverse.
What if we could convert a human to data, then compress that data into just 36 bytes? We could send that person through the ring singularity, just like a D-mail, couldn't we? Convert a human to data? That's not even possible, man. And even if it were, there'd be like exabytes of data or something. You want to compress that into 36 bytes? Are you high?
Have you ever heard of WinZip, Darth?
WinZip and WinRAR.
The 2 things that constantly say to you, you need to buy us, but we're gonna let you keep using us anyway.
I thought it was a good idea. I guess it's not that easy. The barriers to time travel are just too high.
Of course, if it works, then maybe. Maybe we can do it.
Do what? Time travel? Are you serious?
The data compression part, at least, is easy. Just download WinZip. We can just use the black holes created by the LHC, since black holes compress everything they swallow. Compression won't harm data like it would harm a human. As long as we're just sending data, there's nothing to worry about.
How do you plan to convert humans into data?
You know that my thesis got published, right?
This is no time to flaunt your accomplishments.
Have you read it?
I have not.
That's probably Dario.
No. I've got scans if you want to read it.
The title of my thesis is Analysis of Memory-Related Nerve Impulses in the Temporal Lobe.
Temporal lobe? Nerve impulses? Kawaii cuties, welcome in. Lurkies and joke. What's Santa's favorite kind of roll? Carols. What? You didn't know? No, wait. This can't be right. This title sounds like, neuroscience, not physics.
I'm a neuroscientist. Got a problem? Also, science overlaps in a lot of places for a lot
Yes.
of different fields.
From the way she talks about particle accelerators and time travel theory, I was sure she had to be a physicist. No. Forget about that. How is this related to time travel?
It's not. Converting an entire human to data is impossible. But converting humans' memories may be possible.
Converting memories to data.
Imagine a chest of drawers. Each drawer is filled with tiny boxes, and inside each box is another bunch of tiny boxes. You keep opening boxes until you find the memory you're looking for. Well, then my chest of drawers sure is fucked up because I can't find the boxes half the time. Now, before you ask how this relates to time travel, there's one more thing I need to explain. Several years ago, my lab, the Neurophysiology Lab at Victor Kinduri University, developed a technology called visual rebuilding, or VR for short. I see.
Virtual reality.
Put simply, it enables conversion of video data into nerve impulse signals. Used in reverse, it can also convert nerve impulses into video data, or any other kind of electronic data. Kurisu could totally make Steins Gate, Sword Art Online. The full dive system they use in that anime.
Possible crossover event? That could work.
I think the half dive exists in real life right now. So if we combine VR technology with my research, do you see where I'm going?
No way.
What?
We can convert memories into data?
Not just that. Memory transplantation, backups, external storage, all of these things become possible.
It's actually kind of cool. It's like science fiction.
You don't say.
In a sense, this technology could be used to copy a person's soul. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Cassie said, I can convert my fist into pain.
Pain is just an illusion. An illusion that really, really hurts. So basically what you're saying is that we convert the subject's memories into video data.
And then upload it to YouTube.
Or Rumble, or Odyssey, or stream it live on Twitch. Use the LHC's black hole to compress that data into 36 bytes. Send that data through the Kerr black hole inside the phone wave, name subject to change.
That's the long and short of it.
And finally, imprint those memories on the subject's brain in the past.
What does that mean? We can send our memories back in time. In order to differentiate it from physical time travel, let's call it a time leap for now.
Because we can't
Don't
call
go
it...
back, just your memories. What?
Because we can't call it quantum leap, otherwise NBC would sue them.
It's so crazy that nobody's thought of it before. Well, you're dealing with Okabe, who is a slave to his delusions 90% of the time. So...
She's right. The idea is ridiculous, but exactly why none of the geniuses at CERN could come up with it. It's a scientific blind spot. To transfer memories to the past via cell phone. To time leap.
The unpause music! YouTube, please, for fuck's sake, I'm not buying premium just so you stop doing that. The important thing to remember is that only memories are being transferred. Personality and consciousness aren't included. It's Okabe. He will be the same person no matter where you stick his memories.
What does that mean? How is it different from what you see in sci-fi novels? Well, number one, this is not a sci-fi novel.
I mean...
Well, a visual sci-fi novel. This is anime, brother.
Time looping in sci-fi usually sends everything. Consciousness, personality, and memory. She is a cute redhead, Cassie. But in real life, there's probably too much data, and besides, we only analyze memories. Think of consciousness, personality, and memory as separate things. I can understand that. I watch Star Wars. All the clones have different personalities. Memories are like the video data stored on a computer. And consciousness and personality are like the OS. If you're running Windows Vista, you probably have a problem.
Well, videos could take up way more space than the OS.
It's just an example. For starters, it's still not clear where personality and consciousness are located or how they're constructed. So we can't convert them to data, or at least I can't.
So we can only send memories. Where does that leave us?
Your memories aren't the only thing that define you. Even if you send your memories to the past, they'll be the receiving, use consciousness and personality to process them. It's Autism Windows 8. 8.1 maybe.
So in Mindor's terms, it's like copying data from a Vista computer to a Min 95 computer.
That sounds like a terrible idea. I've had both OSs when I was little. Vista and Windows 95 suck.
Oh, you didn't like Windows 95? I thought it was alright. Though 98 did make some improvements on 95.
I think I've had a bunch of the old ones. Because
Yeah.
my mother had a bunch of computers, and my uncle built computers. So I've had a Vista computer, I've had a Windows 95, I've had Windows XP. I don't think I ever had Windows 7. At some point, I just got a new computer and it was Windows 8.1. Then, did they ever make Windows 9? Or did they skip 9?
They skipped that and went straight to Windows 10.
I guess 8.1 is technically 9.
Yeah, you could say that.
I remember back when everyone was like, well, Windows 10 breaks everything. And then one of my laptops force updated itself to Windows 10, but everything was fine for me. And then Windows 11, which is what my current rig runs.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone was like, oh, well, Windows 11 breaks everything. I was like, oh, God. Haven't had any issues with it.
Usually a lot of this gets fixed with the first service pack.
The minority is also always the loudest, so it's like, well...
Yes.
All you're gonna see are the people complaining because there's nothing to say unless you're complaining.
Mm-hmm.
Data created the latest OS might not work in an older OS. It might cause errors. For example, if you sent your current memories to yourself in elementary school, the gap between your memories and your body could have serious consequences.
You could drive your past self insane. Anyway, is it correct to assume that we will be targeting ourselves in the past?
Just like with D-mail, we're using cell phones as a transfer medium. To be precise, you can only leap into your own body, and only if you had a cell phone at the time of reception.
There was an exception in Lukaku's place where we sent a D-mail to a pager, but that doesn't apply to time leaping.
If you try sending memories to someone else, how do I put this? There's a danger that the electrical signals might be rejected. Violently.
Wouldn't want to jump into someone else's body. I mean, unless it's the body of a cute girl.
God damn it, Dario. I need to make you watch Oshinoko, Cassie.
I probably need to watch it myself. Is this guy capable of non-perverted thought?
I feel like you'd probably like Oshinoko. It's one of those reincarnation animes, but it's not an isekai.
Oh. That's refreshing. Sure, I've had a lot of isekai animes as of late.
Yeah, a lot of Japanese studios don't realize you can do a reincarnation story without sticking them in a fantasy world.
Yes.
Don't me, you idiots. If it just bounces off, that's fine, but I'm worried incompatible memory data might do serious damage to the recipient's psyche. I don't know what might happen. No one's done it before, after all. And if the D-mails are any indication, if you fuck up your younger self, then you're gonna really fuck up the timeline.
Yeah. That makes us pioneers. I like it.
There are two things I do know. One, you definitely cannot go back before you were born. And two, you won't exist in two places at once. That means you don't have to worry about causing a paradox. You can't kill your parents before you were born.
Really is starting to turn out to be something similar to the premise of the show Quantum Leap. So the phones act like black and white holes.
Considering she doesn't understand the concept of word lines yet, though, and word lines is like the canonical way time travel works in this. Of course, you can't be in two places at once. You send your consciousness into a different word line.
It seems like a strange coincidence that cell phones would be the medium of time travel. But really, could it have been anything else? These days, people wear their phones like a second skin. No other medium could reliably deliver the memories to their intended target. It's me. Everything's falling into place. The plan can now proceed to the final stage. I'm talking about Operation Verthandi, obviously. Christina had me fooled. I never knew she was capable of this. It must have been the choice of Steins Gate that sent her here. Don't worry. I have everything under control. Nothing can stop us now. El Sai Congru. Were you listening? Good. Commence preparations for Operation Verthandi.
First, explain what that is.
We're going to build your time leap machine, Christina, and you'd better not say it can't be done, not after showing me the way.
Well, this is Akihabara. I should be able to find the parts I need.
Then it's decided. I'm placing you in charge of this operation. Whatever you need, ask and it shall be yours.
Take off your pants. Anything but that.
Together we shall complete the first time leap machine in human history.
Come on, next day.
Gotta get through night first, but...
Not even the next day. Fucking the 13th is when the thing I'm waiting for happens.
Yeah. Why don't we go ahead and call it here? I'm getting a bit tired and I need... I need to grab dinner and everything. I'm starting to get hungry.
I think 2 hours is like a good stopping point.
Yes.
Whenever we find like the
I would say so.
area.
Yes. Alright, are you going to keep streaming or...
I am.
Okay.
Let's see if I can remember what the save button is. You think I would remember, but I don't. I'll do a quick save first. So F8. And then the menu is that one. We are 26 hours in.
Good God.
And we're still in the beginning of the game.
Oh my. Okay. Well,
At least,
If-
you know, whenever we hit the 13th fucking day, that is the middle of the game.
All right.
Unless they bundled Steins Gate 0 into this.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure he'll appreciate that, Sly. My girlfriend said that you have a very soothing voice.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Right. I'll go ahead and send everybody over to you on the Twitch side of things. And, yeah, I will...
I'm sure that's a better reception than that other friend of ours from my chat that said that you're scary.
Yes, indeed. Anyways, schedule dropping soon. Also, a new episode of the podcast dropping soon. But I will see everybody tomorrow. I'm Lord Rexworth, wishing you all the best, and God bless.